Yeah, but
Well, look, from my perspective, it's all really straightforward, right? And the elephant in the room that Jim Ryan isn't talking about is, of course, Game Pass, right? So here's what's going to happen. If the acquisition goes ahead, Call of Duty becomes a day and date release on Game Pass, right? Which basically means that, let's say you don't own a current gen console at the moment, but you are heavily into Call of Duty. Which one are you going to buy? Are you going to buy the one where you can access Call of Duty in a very cost efficient manner on Game Pass? Or are you going to buy it on PlayStation on what could be the more expensive console and buying a whole game for whatever, $60, $70 more, depending on the one you buy? That all leads into what happens with all of the microtransaction cash on the multiplayer side, right? Which there'll be a lot of that for PlayStation at the moment because they're the dominant platform, and Call of Duty is wildly successful on PlayStation. So even if Call of Duty continues to appear on PlayStation, there's a fundamental business issue facing Sony, which is that a really lucrative revenue stream is going to be impacted quite substantially, I'd say. So there's more to it, I think, than what's being discussed in public. I mean, what's being discussed in public is basically that Phil has offered to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation for at least 3 years.
Good day to you.
And I guess there'd be a sort of review period at that point. My own personal feeling is that it would become the new Minecraft, right? Where they just continue to support it on all platforms because it makes business
See you
sense
later.
to
Makes a
do
lot of
so.
money.
yeah,
So yeah,
it does.
that's my way. That's my take on it.
That's it.
But the 3 years is essentially the
I,
initial offer.
it kind of made me think about. This isn't this. I'm not saying this is good or bad, but I could conceivably see them doing something like, say, keeping the Warzone mode or just the multiplayer in general across all platforms, but then
Have a
releasing
good
just like, say, the campaign side on Xbox. But then unfortunately, people are not super into that side of things and anyway, so that might end up killing the campaign as well.
I don't know. I
So
think I think there's been quite a successful hiving off. Call of Duty multiplayer is still a thing, even though Warzone is out there and is its own separate product, right?
yeah, for
So
sure.
I think it's all about what's happening with multiplayer and the associated revenue streams there.
I think it coming to, if that is the plan, that it's a day and date Game Pass thing. I think it's just from like a consumer's perspective of people who just play things like Call of Duty year on year, and that's like their primary game. Makes Game Pass actually make a lot of sense all of a sudden because
Yeah.
instead of purchasing this one game each year, it's like people who buy FIFA every year or a football game every year, North American football that is. It's I can't even imagine giving out that money each year for one of these games because I like to I do like the concept of ownership, but my goodness, if you're constantly buying these games, it does make sense actually from Game Pass.
Well, especially for Call of Duty, it's like
yeah,
whatever.
yeah, I know what you mean.
I think most Call of Duty fans aren't super into that anyway. They're just, it's just something they do.
It is something
That's
to
all.
do. Yeah.
I'm reading Jim's comment here. After almost 20 years of Call of Duty on PlayStation, their proposal was inadequate on many levels and failed to take account of the impact on our gamers. We want to guarantee PlayStation gamers continue to have the highest quality Call of Duty experience, and Microsoft's proposal undermines this principle. See, I don't understand how
What?
it does that. How do basically the only thing that would impact the PlayStation gamers is if after 3 years Call of Duty disappeared from PlayStation. I can't see Infinity Ward deciding to nerf Call of Duty because it's on PlayStation. That's just not the way they roll, and it would be counterintuitive to their own business interests.
No. What?
And bearing in mind how close PlayStation and Xbox actually are on the technological level, it would actually require an act of deliberate sabotage to make an impact on the gamer's experience.
It's like it only does things with mesh shaders. It just doesn't render otherwise. That's how it works. It only requires VRS Tier 2. That's the way it works.
Yeah, which is quite ironic, really, because obviously Infinity Ward have their own which VRS system, which they say is superior to the hardware one. But yeah, it's kind of bizarre, right? I mean, this weird war of words,
Yeah.
and there is the whole sort of pot calling the kettle black scenario here, in that Sony are just as aggressive in terms of securing exclusives. Final Fantasy being a prime case in point.
Oh my god!
It's just this one is on a massive scale beyond that, right? That's the bone of contention here.
Oh, that pains me to hear you say Call of Duty compared to Final Fantasy, which, yeah.
Yeah,
But it's true.
My
Right?
personal preference is I don't really care for Call of Duty, to be honest, but I know it's.
To their own business interests.
no.
How do basically the only thing that would impact the PlayStation gamers is if after 3 years Call of Duty disappeared from PlayStation. I can't see Infinity Ward deciding to nerf Call of Duty because it's on PlayStation. That's just not the way they roll, and it would be counterintuitive to their own business interests.
No. What?
And bearing in mind how close PlayStation and Xbox actually are on the technological level, it would actually require an act of deliberate sabotage to make an impact on the gamer's experience.
It's like it only does things with mesh shaders. It just doesn't render otherwise. That's how it works. It only requires VRS Tier 2. That's the way it works.
Yeah, which is quite ironic, really, because obviously Infinity Ward have their own VRS system, which they say is superior to the hardware one. But yeah, it's kind of bizarre, right? I mean, this weird war of words,
Yeah.
and there is the whole sort of pot calling the kettle black scenario here, in that Sony are just as aggressive in terms of securing exclusives. Final Fantasy being a prime case in point.
Oh my god!
It's just this one is on a massive scale beyond that, right? That's the bone of contention here.
Oh, that pains me to hear you say Call of Duty compared to Final Fantasy, which, yeah.
Yeah,
But it's true. Right?
My personal preference is I don't really care for Call of Duty, to be honest, but I know it's a much, much more popular game.
It's huge.
These days.
Yeah, huge.
It's huge. I think they're pretty much just worried about it disappearing from the platform, which, but as you say, it's this whole pot calling the kettle black scenario where Sony kind of does that too. So I feel like they're both looking kind of foolish by getting out there and talking about it in this way, and this would have been better kept behind closed doors, I think, because it just incites chaos on the internet for, it doesn't need to happen. And it's just...
Well, that's the other thing, of course. When these arguments go public, it just sort of adds to the fire of the fanboys.
It pokes the nest. That's what they've done. And
Absolutely.
you can see it. People are going like completely bonkers over this.
Yeah, Twitter's been a bit of a disaster this week for that. Okay, let's move on to the next news topic. Okay, so where do we go with this one? This would have been on DF Direct Weekly last week if we'd been making one, but we weren't. But effectively, 343 Industries has decided not to support split-screen campaign co-op for Halo Infinite. And this is really bad news because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, John, this would be the first mainline Halo game not to support the feature, right?
No, wrong.
Halo 5.
Halo 5 also didn't have it.
Which is
Okay.
and it's
That's
all right.
the point of contention here, is that with Halo 5, they made that mistake. And I actually believe that the reason Halo 5 didn't have it was their adherence to that super locked 60 frames per second on the Xbox One VCR, where they just had to nail that down. And I suspect they just didn't have the engine resources on that hardware to pull it off. But they later admitted that that was a mistake, and all Halo going forward would have this feature. And now, well, they canceled it, which, at the time when they first announced this, it was disappointing, for sure. But then, people started bringing up an old bug where you can actually trigger split screen co-op in the game already, and have been able to do this for like 9 months. It works. It has bugs, yes, because it's not an officially supported feature, but they're so close, right? Like even things like cutscenes function correctly. Much of the game works just fine from what we've seen. Like I'm flabbergasted that at this point, even with it where it is, they decided to do that. And then worst of all, they doubled down and saying we're doing this so we can focus on the freaking live service, which they should not have made Halo a live service game. I know why they had to do it, but 343 can't handle it, and you can see it from what's happening with the response to this. And it's such a shame because Halo Infinite plays so darn well. They made a really great game here, and they just can't. It's split in this weird where it's like the old model combined with this live service stuff, but they haven't really found their footing there, so they're not really nailing that side of things. And then there's still all these technical faults with the game that they just haven't addressed. That just boggles my mind at this point. Like, I'm so bummed out by that because, and I'm only bummed out because I like it so much, and I had been with split screen. I've been looking forward to playing this like a lot. Like, that's been the main draw. I mean, I'm not interested in the live service stuff, but I'm very interested in this, and I understand why they would do it for money. As always, they got to make that back somehow. But it's such a bummer, man. It really is.
For me, it's just like a core misunderstanding of what Halo is. Because like Halo, okay, so Halo dominated, like, it literally created console LAN parties. There's no console LAN party.
I spent my college years playing so
Halo.
much of this.
It created, Xbox Live, like, because Halo 2 on Xbox Live, that was it. That's what you played with your friends. Later on, it expanded on like what that like experience was with things like Firefight and Forge in Halo 3, and that there was this maintained so incredibly well by Bungie into Halo Reach. And then there's like a slow whittling away of like the core things that made Halo really cool, in the fact that it wasn't chasing the Call of Duty trend and the Fortnite trend. And it was like its own thing. It was this weird arena shooter with a throwback campaign with large sandbox levels, and you didn't see that.
It really is.
For me, it's just like a core misunderstanding of what Halo is. Because like Halo, okay, so Halo dominated, like, it literally created console LAN parties. There's no console LAN party.
I spent my college years playing so
Halo.
much of this.
It created, Xbox Live, like, because Halo 2 on Xbox Live, that was it. That's what you played with your friends. Later on, it expanded on like what that like experience was with things like Firefight and Forge in Halo 3, and that there was this maintained so incredibly well by Bungie into Halo Reach. And then there's like a slow whittling away of like the core things that made Halo really cool, in the fact that it wasn't chasing the Call of Duty trend and the Fortnite trend. And it was like its own thing. It was this weird arena shooter with a throwback campaign with large sandbox levels. And you didn't see that anywhere else. That's what made Halo actually really compelling over time, I thought.
Yep.
And then there's just this, like, taking away another part of that, like the split screen, which I was really excited about, split screen co-op. I was going to play it that way. That's the way I wanted to beat the campaign with my brothers. So we're not going to do that anymore. Whatever.
And
Maybe let us never beat it.
And I played every Halo in split screen with my son, except for Halo 5, of course.
Yeah, and just taking away, saying like we know it's there in the game already. We already played a version that works over online. For the love of God, I hate it. Like right as when this was announced, there was a massive defense force. Like, it must just not be technically possible because their engine is so bad.
Well,
but it's like, that's definitely not why.
Xbox One can't handle it. Well,
Xbox
turns
One,
out it
totally can. Yeah, this is just the part that like. They're just focusing the resources in the area that just is like pissing everyone off. Like, they can't do the live part at all well. They've proven it. And maybe it's going to take 2 years before they actually have the pipelining in there for their work, because they used a lot of things like contractors and things like that during the production. It had like a very revolving door, fluid amount of people working on the project. So maybe they didn't build up the ability to make a live service game, but they had the core stuff that at least to make a Halo game was still in there. Forge is going to be coming out. Co-op, at least online's coming out. Why not round off the package? Round off the package and fix VSync. God, fix VSync. Yeah.
I did actually uncover one other solution to split screen, which is kind of interesting, is using like an ultra wide monitor with multiple inputs. A lot of them have split screen, or they actually have picture-in-picture options. So you can plug in 2 Xboxes into one monitor, split the screen down the middle, and you each have basically your image there on the left and right. And that's actually probably what I'm gonna do. One Series S, one Series X, on one screen. We'll just play on that. And
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Well, look, from my perspective, it's really straightforward. The feature has been cancelled, but you can access it and use it through a bizarre sort of exploit at the moment. Which the question is really simple. What's going on at 343 Studios? And I actually emailed Microsoft asking for comments. Like, okay, so you've cancelled this feature, but it is accessible. It seems to be technologically able to do this. Why aren't you doing it? And the only response I got back was, we are politely declining to provide comment. So I guess they just don't want to talk about it, and nothing to see here.
I mean, I hope
Let's move
internally
on.
they've observed the feedback and will reconsider this. I think
Right.
I think they could actually come out looking a lot better if they said, "Okay, we've heard you. We'll reconsider this feature," because that's the kind of response people, that's good for them. I think as well. That's how like you have like CD Projekt Red trying to rebuild the trust right over Cyberpunk. Is like they're doing everything they can to make that to address what people were disappointed with, and I think 343 can still do that.
Absolutely. Okay, let's move on to the next news topic. Again, this one should have been covered last week in the show that never was, but let's talk about it now. It looks like Konami may well be, according to rumors, remastering the Metal Gear Solid titles. I'm going to go to you on this one, John, because there's a fascinating story already sort of surrounding this, which is to say, in Japan, we have clear evidence that there has been remastering work of Metal Gear Solid 3, at least, using the Fox engine, and it turned up in a pachinko machine.
Yeah, they redid a bunch of
This was
cutscenes.
this was years ago.
Yeah,
Right?
it's been a long time, but essentially, yes, those cutscenes exist. I'm sure plenty of people have seen it by now, of course, but just remembering that, it's like, oh yeah, they kind of did a lot of groundwork on this already.
Yeah, all these
Right?
assets. Holy God.
So I kind of feel like, why not take that and do something with it? It makes a lot of sense, right? And I really think Metal Gear Solid 3 specifically would be so great for this sort of re-envisioning. Metal Gear Solid 5's mechanics were incredible. They did a phenomenal job there, but there's definitely issues with the game's overall structure, right? If you can bring that style of play into Metal Gear Solid 3's sort of like world and storytelling, that could be a truly exceptional experience, and that's kind of what I would like to see. I'm not sure if that's what's going to happen, but that would be cool to see. I'm not convinced that they would redo all three games though, because that is a stupid amount of work. Unless they were
Especially
literally
on the first one.
What's that?
Especially
Yeah.
on the first one.
The first one, I mean, all of them though. I mean, if you're gonna do it, really remake them with new visuals, you have to do completely new assets for everything. I mean, those games are stylistically all very different from one another, so it wouldn't even be much reuse there. So, and like games like Metal Gear Solid 3 is so huge. That game is long. There's so many places you visit in there. Like the amount of detail, and it's not like building an open world. It's like there's all these very bespoke maps that have a lot of attention to detail, and just like everything is very purposely made. And there's just so much stuff. But I also feel like it would be a tall order to get it just right, because of the fact that MGS3 is known for all that. Like the amount of just unique Easter eggs and granularity and everything.
Yeah, you can miss
really
stuff
off the charts.
really easily.
Yeah.
I would
Good
also,
luck redoing the end fight, for instance, and all the things around that. It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah, you can't even like. Can you turn off your PC and then kill him? I don't know.
no, it was like that was the stuff where
the
like
waiting
there was
one.
things like you could change the clock and he would die from old age.
Yeah.
You could like actually snipe him out during a cutscene early in the game, and it would actually take him out before you even got to there. There's all kinds of weird like exploits and tricks and things that you could do to take him out, and it was just insane.
The one thing, so I would really like this to happen because it's been a long time since these have been put on PC, and having them sport a modern OS would be great. So even if they did not touch them really, and they were just such like the straightest ports you could think, where they just had keyboard and mouse control, and maybe that was about it, and like resolution, I'd actually be pretty okay with that.
So like Blue Point's remasters, but like remastered again.
Yes, right. Yeah, that'd be interesting. But I would also be curious about like which versions of the game they would be porting from, because you don't only have like MGS2, or you have like MGS1, but then there's like multiple versions of MGS1, and then there's like Twin Snakes.
Which is MGS1.
Which is
Yeah,
MGS1, but would they do that? Would they even do that? I don't know.
I don't think they would touch Twin Snakes, given that it was done by Silicon Knights.
Yeah, and then there's MGS3, which has also multiple versions, right, John? Right?
It has the original version, and then there was Substance, or Subsistence, which has the new camera setup and things like that.
So, like, the question is, like, what is your porting starting point? Because some people they like different versions of the game, you know? So, I would be curious about that aspect, because I don't know. Konami tends to not do things right, so maybe I should just
Blue Point did the HD collection on that, right? And they went with Subsistence for MGS3, so you had the full free cam. But then there was also MGS3 for Nintendo 3DS, which had more refined controls over that as well, including like you could crouch and move. And
didn't they change some graphical stuff too? Like, didn't they add a little bit? I swear, like there was like bump mapping or something like that.
They did add some stuff, but they also massively reduced it in other areas. So it's not universally better. I would say.
I'd just be concerned about if they were going to do it, what engine they would use, what technology they would use. I kind of think if you're not using Fox, then it's going to be a disaster.
It's got to be Fox engine.
Yeah, please don't use UE4 for the love of God.
Yeah. That's my thought. Oh dear. Okay. Would be interested to see if anything comes of that. But in the meantime, let's move on. Final news story of the week. I guess you're going to take point on this one, John. Sage 2022 is the Sonic Amateur Games Expo, right?
That's right. I just wanted to bring attention to this because it is running right now. And essentially every year there's this event held where it was started around the idea of Sonic fan games, but it's kind of expanded into a whole lot more now, right? And people submit demos and prototypes and even sometimes nearly kind of complete games to this Sonic Amateur Games Expo. And while it's running, all the stuff is available for users to check out. It's a great way to see what some up-and-coming indie developers are doing in that space, and there's some just amazing stuff in there. So one of the big headlining ones that I wanted to mention was Overjump Rally, which is actually a Sega Rally sort of spiritual successor that's been built in Unreal Engine 5. I've spoken with the guy working on it before. He's still pretty early, of course. It's just one track, just kind of going around doing laps, but it is really, really beautiful to see. Although, as Richard also noticed, you can definitely tell that Unreal Engine 5 still doesn't have transparency support because the tree pop-in is pretty significant. So no nanite there, obviously.
And you pointed out that it would be entirely in keeping with the Saturn port.
Oh yeah,
with that,
which also had transparency problems.
Exactly. So the only thing I will say about that demo, and we can't judge anything based on like a tiny team making a demo in Unreal Engine 5, but boy did it run bad initially. Like the lap 1 is so full of stuttering. It's so bad, like it's almost unplayable the initial lap. But once you do that first lap, then it was like flawless. And this is on a 3090 12900K 64 gigs of RAM installed to an SSD, and I was like, but again, we can't judge too much from this. It's a small little pre-release demo from a tiny team. Like obviously optimization comes later, but it was exactly what we're worried about with this like Unreal Engine stutter.
Yeah, like the fact that like a smaller team may not ever come to the shader compilation thing ever. Oh, that's the one thing I'm also a little worried about too. But
exactly,
I mean,
it's tough to squash that.
I think for 5.23 or whatever it is, where they announced their changes to the shader compilation process, let's hope that a lot of games base their builds on that version of the engine. And based on what I'm seeing, we haven't seen. I mean, there hasn't been any UE5 released game yet, right? Really, like a real one. And I think, based upon the Coalition's commentary in their multiple presentations now covering their UE5 demos and their work, that they do definitely think that the engine still needs some work before it like hits like a prime you say, shipping status, because they mentioned like very like importantly like CPU performance as part of their presentation was something that they want to see be quite a bit better. So let's hope for that first. But I don't think we need to worry about it just now. Like you said, this is a small indie developer putting out.
Yeah, exactly. So some other things to mention then. The developer released a demo of what's called Mega Man: The Sequel Wars. So what that is it is essentially a sequel to Mega Man: The Wily Wars for Mega Drive / Genesis, which was a remake done by Minakuchi Engineering, who did the Game Boy games for the Mega Drive Genesis, that compiles Mega Man 1, 2, and 3 with 16-bit style visuals and all that kind of stuff, right? So these guys are tackling Mega Man 4, 5, and 6 on the Mega Drive, and man, the quality of their work is so good. Like the visuals on display here, the amount of parallax scrolling, the little technical tricks, like in the Egyptian stage, for instance, you go down underground and they actually sort of like try to simulate rim lighting on Mega Man from the torches using
That's
like
cool.
pixels along his edge, and it gets like this like deep shadowed look to it that's like really beautiful. So that is shaping up to be awesome. I also saw something called Prototype N that I really enjoyed playing, which is essentially it's kind of a Mega Man-ish game, but done in the style of like old school like Apogee DOS games. So it's like this weird hybrid between the two, and that was also just beautiful and fun to play. Fantastic soundtrack there. There's Stella Nova, which is a cool shoot 'em up with some really cool parallax effects and some interesting dodge dash kind of moves in there as well. There's sort of like a remake sequel-ish thing to Pulse Man, which do you guys remember Pulse Man?
No.
So that was actually a really cool. So it was made by Game Freak, the creators of Pokemon, for the Mega Drive, and it's sort of this like action platformer game that's unfortunately I think it only came out in Japan and it's quite rare. So not many people have played it, but he's actually doing sort of a fan sequel to it with some really cool visuals. Man, there's so many others. I feel like, man, I would love to do more with this sometime, or at least stream it somehow, because there's just some awesome stuff here.
It seems like a good streamable thing where you just like go through the
Yeah.
games and comment on them and talk about it.
These guys are just, man, there's so many talented developers working on this stuff. It's unreal.
And a lot of these things are demos, right? That you can download and check out.
Yeah, they're all downloadable. Every
That's
one
cool.
of them you can download, and they use a wide range of engines and technologies, and some stuff's crafted from the ground up. There's a bunch of other fan engines in there. There's Unity, Unreal is in there as well. It's just this wild collection of stuff, and you can go to, let's see, the main site is sageexpo.org basically. And you go in there, hit the games tab, and you're just going to find so much stuff to play, including Sonic Laserdisc instead of Sonic CD, which I haven't tried that one, but the title made me laugh. There's Sonic Colors Demastered, which is like a 2D version of Sonic Colors, which actually already exists in the DS, if we're honest, but this is its own thing. Berserk Boy, which another really amazing looking pixel art game in there. Oh, there's so much. Hopefully, since Oliver's editing this episode, he can throw in a trailer from their YouTube channel to show off some of the stuff during this segment. Because I feel like you just go through that, you see what's being made, and it's like, oh yeah, I kind of want to try out some of those games, and hopefully you'll do that. So.
Okay, good stuff there. So let's move on to supporter Q&A. That's the part of the show where every week we ask our supporters on Patreon for questions, and we choose the best and we answer them here. And we're going to kick off with the astonishing news that Alex has joined Team OLED. Finally, he's got an OLED display. He's using it as a PC monitor. And that ties into this question from Jonas Larsson Tagazade. Could we get some impressions from Alex regarding his new OLED TV? What are the pros and cons from a PC gaming perspective?
Okay,
Alex.
so, well, this is pretty easy. The pros there are a lot of them. There are quite a lot of them. But like just setting up the thing in the first place wasn't at all an issue. HDMI plugged in, the monitor immediately recognized that it was PC. There was no needing to manually toggle that it was a PC. It automatically kicked in deep color. It asked me if I wanted to, and I just said okay. So it just said it recognized it was a PC, and that is not an issue at all. But then you're like at the desktop, and it's like, this isn't right. This is 4K 60. That is, and I plugged it into an RTX 3080 Ti, by the way, which is in my Ryzen 9 595X machine, 5950X. And so it's 4K 60 on the desktop. I'm like, this needs to be 4K 120. Why isn't it? I wasn't really getting it because I'm forgetting that this is a television and not a desktop monitor. And the way in the NVIDIA control panel, and the way, I guess, probably from the Microsoft side, the way the resolutions are listed is that it first lists television resolutions, which are going to be different than those that are PC resolutions. It depends. This is from television to television, what is considered what resolution is going to be different. I think it's actually something that the monitor developer or the television developer is partially responsible for, this EDID and its listing of resolutions. In that case, so it was just clicking automatically the normal television 4K 60 stream, which is 3840 by 2160. You have to scroll down there and then hit the other listing, which only offers 120 hertz and 100 hertz 3840 by 2160 at in the PC list. That's a bit annoying. I don't like that at all. I don't like the fact that they're listed differently and they have to be selected differently. Thankfully, this is not something that is always transparent in games. Sometimes games are really good at this. Like, for example, Marvel Spider-Man will just list the resolution. It lists resolution and all available frequency types for it. So this is just more of like a Windows thing. Some games collate the list of resolutions and refresh rates much better than the way Windows or NVIDIA Control Panel does it. So that's a little annoyance, but it's actually not that big of a deal because you probably want to be in 4K 120 hertz anyway, and that's probably the last time you're going to ever touch that dial. That's a little minor setup issue. Immediately, what I first did is just kind of like inspected the desktop. I set it up to use like black background, hiding taskbar, made sure like the pixel combing stuff was on. I don't know, like the pixel adjustment and whatever. So I'm not at all increasing the chance of burn-in, but I then loaded up Doom Eternal, and I put it up to 4K 120, what it runs at very easily, even in native, but max, on like a large RTX GPU. And it was pretty glorious, but then I turned on, because John was talking about it, like turn on BFI, and turning that on was, I think it's like 3 clicks or so of the remote to bring up the game optimizer, as it's called, and check that out. And boy, does it look a lot better. To the point where it's like you are negating a lot of the, like, it's hard to explain to most people who haven't seen it before. BFI does look a lot like a CRT monitor. It looks a lot like a CRT monitor, where like you're just playing on your LCD screen there all day, and even at like a high hertz level, like my laptop here, which goes to like something stupid like 300, you're still seeing that that blur, and that's just completely gone with BFI on high on the C1 here. It's just like completely gone. At least human completely gone from the viewing angles and the distance I am at, which is actually very close to the screen. So BFI is a heavy recommendation for me. The fact that they're like cutting down that feature on the C2 is just such a no-go to buy that screen.
On the C2 it works at 60 hertz, but they remove the 120 hertz mode, which is what
makes it golden. Actually, that's
what
what makes it so
good.
compelling. That's what, because like obviously at 60 hertz people are visible. People can, like, I can see a flicker at 60 hertz.
You can see it flicker.
You can see it, but you get used to it over time. But you can see it initially. But 120, you don't see the flicker anymore, at least for my eyes. And the clarity is much higher. And also, as John has talked about many times before, if you tweak HDR and do all these other things, you're getting a really great brightness value as well too. But one other thing that I talked about after the fact on Twitter is that maybe Oliver wants to share the screenshot I showed on Twitter of a number of icons there, is that the screen, I think, uses something called like WBGR. Maybe I'm saying the acronym wrong.
The subpixel arrangement.
The subpixel arrangement is not the classical, what is it, like a triangle of RGB or something like that? The usual one? I forget what it is, the historical one. But that's
I don't think it's a triangle.
It's something. I don't know what it is.
It's something.
It's something. Either way, but Windows, it's font rendering as well as the way it scales things like icons and UI elements and a lot of other things. And then the way this plugs also directly into games is that it will not recognize that the fact that the subpixel arrangement is different. So most of the screen, like let's say 90% of it looks really great, but for like yellows and light greens at the very edges, like you're seeing in that screenshot that Oliver hopefully has shown, you'll see at the very edges there's like a red line on the left-hand side of our call and a green line on the right-hand side. And it does look not too great. And there were also issues with text. You can clear up the issues with text, I think, for the most part, like 99% of those, with the clear type option and then checking that through in Windows 10 and Windows 11. But the other stuff, you can't get rid of unless you use another that I've yet to try out yet, but maybe I'll report upon it next time I'm here. But that is the only issue with the monitor I'm having so far. I think everything is so good otherwise.
To note, that's not even necessarily an OLED thing. Like there are LCDs with this as well.
Yeah,
like it's just
it's
how they do the subpixel arrangement, and it does vary a lot.
It happens in those newer QD OLEDs, and it'll probably happen with a whole variety of displays.
Basically, Microsoft needs to address this.
Yeah,
there should be a way to make changes to allow it to sort of work better with the different subpixel arrangements.
I imagine there possibly is, and maybe if that is something that we could shoot off an email, I could shoot off an email.
Like this happened also, I think the iPhone, when they switched to OLED screen, they used a different subpixel arrangement and made changes to that. And it looks perfect on there.
Yeah,
it's not the typical stripe.
Yeah, for sure. That is the only issue. Technically, also in other things like in SDR mode, Premiere is like the worst program made by mankind. It flickers a little bit. Like when you scroll the timeline, there's like some brightness issues in Premiere itself.
Are you in VRR mode on your desktop?
I turned it off.
Okay.
I turned it off. No,
because that's usually Premiere really doesn't work well with VRR.
No, another thing that I found with Premiere is that it just slows down the entire Windows UI. But I don't know what that's about. That's also VRR off, though. I have VRR off on my desktop.
Did you very specifically go into the NVIDIA control panel, choose Premiere,
No, I switched it off completely, as in it's set to off. Like there's no G-Sync
but I found
enabled.
that for whatever reason, like sometimes because that Adobe would use GPU functions, I would still have that issue where the mouse would get slow and things would behave slow. And by very specifically specifying it in the panel to like not use anything like that cleared it up for me at least. And now it doesn't even if Premiere's running the way it doesn't cause like mouse or Windows to behave weird.
Okay, well maybe I'll double check or go to the options again. But that's the one thing I've noticed. But I don't know if that has anything to do with the screen. I think it's just Premiere being bad.
That's just
Premiere's
Windows
bad.
and Premiere doing its thing.
But yeah, I love it. So yeah, that's all I have to say to you, Larson.
How about those black levels, man, coming from that Samsung?
Yeah, black levels. Like I said, it's really cool that. Well, it's cool and not cool. Where I used to be able to tell that I could turn my screen off. I'm having to double check pretty often now that I'm turning my screen off because I actually don't know because my desktop is black. I can't see things. Yeah.
Well, spoilers, Alex. If it's off, there should be a red light.
Yeah, but it's like at the bottom.
I know it's on the bottom.
Yeah,
like
moving your eyes downwards. It's just
moving my eyes. I guess technically one thing I would have liked. It doesn't have a very PC desk friendly. It's friendly enough. The stand. It's like a lot of my wiring is scooting to the left and right of it. There's no cord drapage. John should know there's no cord drapage, but there is like oblique angles, and I don't know. It could be better.
You should look for like a desk mounting stand that can handle a big heavy display.
Like a basic thing.
Screw it onto your thing, and it's just a vertical riser, and you could probably have it.
That would be insane looking.
You could tilt it and swivel it and everything like that. Absolutely, you could totally.
It would have to be like platinum stainless steel. This thing, it was. I mean, maybe I will look at that in the eventuality of life.
They do make things for heavy displays, so do keep an eye out for that.
I will.
Well, I'm just going to list a couple more advantages of using an OLED TV as a PC monitor, which is to say you have a remote, you have decent speakers, you have apps.
Yep. That's nice.
You have, a lot of really useful stuff on there. You don't have, obviously, DisplayPort.
Yeah,
you are limited to 4K 120, but that's kind of,
it's good enough.
I'm okay
man.
with that. And the other thing, of course, is the pricing of these screens is actually now very competitive against PC monitors.
So,
I mean, you got some crazy deal on yours.
Yeah, this was only in Berlin, though, and I'm very thankful for Chris, if you're watching this, who let me know about this deal and helped me get it. That this was 675 euros. My goodness, the price of the 48C2 monitor variant is like 1,900 euros, like something like that. It's like 1,900 euros. Like, what the hell? Like, why would I buy that? And it has also less features instead of this. Like, it just felt like so. Like, I don't need DisplayPort. I'd rather have 4 HDMI ports for my job, anyways. Like
the monitor space is just a huge mess right now. I feel.
I think Tom Peterson also said that PC monitors suck, and I liked hearing Tom say that. By the way, that was great.
And as you noted, Alex, by the way, the TV you get all those HDMI ports are 2.1. Right?
Yeah, right.
So you've got a ton of them as well, and it's just it's
4
phenomenal.
Yeah, one of these days I'll figure out what eARC is. By the way, John,
you don't know what it is?
I still don't know what it is. Sorry. What is it?
All it is you let's say you plug a console into your TV directly, right? And then you have say a sound system or something or a sound bar. You would then run you would essentially run the eARC port from your TV to the sound bar or whatever, and it would be able to transfer the audio over HDMI from the TV to the soundbar, and you would get the full high quality different audio standards that would pass through Dolby Digital, Dolby Atmos, all that.
Can it also send video eARC?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. So in my case, the way I use it is I have my main AV receiver with all the devices, and then I plug from that into the TV's eARC port. And where eARC comes in handy is if I'm using the TV's built-in apps like Netflix or something, or just the USB port for watching video. It then passes that audio back to the AV receiver, and then I can hear the audio from that without having to run a separate cable. So
that's good, yeah, because otherwise Netflix on the TV
HDMI.
would not get your surround setup. You're right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
All right.
Okay, next question from Strawberry. John's hatred for LCD displays is legendary, but how did gamers react as a whole during the transition from CRT in the mid-2000s? I don't seem to remember there being much of a fuss, but today it's hard to imagine hardcore enthusiasts giving up their deep black levels, crisp refresh rates, motion clarity, etc., even if the advantages of LCD for the average consumer, less expensive, smaller, lighter, are obvious. Well, that was an interesting time, really, wasn't it, John? Because I think on the one hand, in the TV space, we were moving into plasma, which was looking pretty good compared to LCD. But also, the thing with LCD was that for the first time, you were actually seeing the pixel structure, and it actually looked quite interesting to see that, right? It was like a frame grab as your actual final, in motion as your final display. Is super crisp. But yeah, I mean, we did give up a lot, but it was kind of just seemed to be cool. I don't think there was a lot of science surrounding it at the time.
I remember it specifically because I was still, that was when I was finishing university, and I was doing some help out at a company, dipping my toe in IT, and I remember people there all wanting flat panels just because it was flat and cool to them. That was it. And even back then, I remember thinking oh man, why do they want this? These suck. And you got to remember, LCDs during that era were really bad, really bad. They're so ugly looking, the worst viewing angles you can imagine, tons of ghosting and blurring everywhere.
Yeah.
Just completely garbage displays with horrible scalers. I would never use. So I was crazy when I wanted to buy a new TV. I would take hardware to the stores, like H.H. Gregg or Best Buy or something, which was around where I was. And I would ask them, can I test these TVs? And they were usually like, okay, no problem. So I'd go around, hooking things up to all the different models and run tests on them. And I remember being horrified by the state of TVs at that time. Like, this is just unusable. And eventually then I found Plasma, and Plasma was still not CRT perfect because there was a bit of that like yellow trailing on motion, and you get that PWM noise. It's a little sparkly up close, but it was like the best thing you could find. So for years, I kept a Plasma TV in my living room and a CRT on my desk. And I remember one time I actually bought a Samsung LCD around like 2010, and I was like, well, maybe it's finally time. I bought it, and that first one, I returned it because I was so bummed out by it. And it really is just motion clarity, the lack of black levels, all that stuff. Because I remember being huge into horror games before this point, and this is what surprised me about other people playing games. And I actually think maybe this happened without people realizing it, but horror games were huge during the PS2 era. But then LCDs came in the next gen, and there was a sense that they never quite felt the same. Like, you played Doom 3 on an LCD, and it's just a mess, right? Because there's so much empty negative space, it's just pure black, and it just reveals the backlight. So as a result, you saw developers then sort of making up for this by making their horror games much brighter. So you see more stuff in the scene, which, in my opinion, kind of reduced the tension in a lot of those scenes. So the dark horror kind of went away, and it should have changed. I mean, there was still stuff like Dead Space, but again, not great on LCDs. And I think we're finally getting back to the point where black levels are good again, and so I think developers can do this stuff now. But outside of my circle of nerd friends, most people really just saw flat screens. Like, man, that's cool. Look how flat that is. And that was the extent of their knowledge of TVs. They wanted it because it was flat and more expensive. They didn't like the bulky CRTs, and most of them didn't understand or even care what they were giving up. So
Well, the other thing was that the screens were getting bigger, right? You know, it was,
they did
40-inch was kind of commonplace even at the beginning. So you know, you were gaining real estate as well.
Yeah. So like that was the one positive thing that I remember. Like, I was like 1600 by 1200, really cool 19-inch CRT at the time, and then I went off to university, and I was like, I just can't take this with me. I just can't.
No.
So 16 by 10, 1680 by 1050 monitor instead. I did notice the weird ghosting, actually. I do remember that, like loading up. At that point in time, it had to have been like something like I like dual screened Gears of War on it or something like that, and I was just like, what the fudge? Like the color, also the colors were like weirdly gray. That's what I also remember. The gray.
You move nothing's worse than moving the mouse cursor on a desktop at 60 hertz on an older LCD. It turns into nonsense.
Yeah,
it's just a complete blur.
Yeah, I remember that, but I also remember really loving, like Rich was saying, like this looks like a perfect pixel. Like when you look at the desktop, it looks like perfect pixels. That was rare, and it was really interesting to see.
I'm surprised you say that, because I remember specifically going back and forth between flat panel and Crysis and CRT. And I remember the CRT, the way the phosphors work, making the image look so much more natural and almost like photorealistic. And then the LCD like reveals all the flaws in the graphics that made it look much more game-like. And that was a real specific thing for me that I remember.
Well, I was talking about the desktop graphics.
Though.
Like, I agree with that. Yeah, like in terms of like looking at icons and stuff like that, which was really great. And then I thought the 16 by 10 real estate was something that I was just like really, really happy with. I prefer widescreen to 4:3 if I have a choice. Like, well, not like that's the good one. Like 16 by 10 is probably like the ultimate. It's God's ratio. I don't know. It's good.
Okay, let's move on.
Rich,
quick. What?
He's just like, all right, enough of this nonsense.
Yeah, well, you know, we're running over. Let's crack on. Another quick question here. It's that man again, Jonas Larsson Takizade. When can we expect DF videos capturing unlocked VRR frame rates in full screen and not only off screen using Oliver's TV? So there is a way to do it using an Elgato HD60X, and it also has the ability to log frame rates, which is in theory really good. I've got two issues with it. First of all, the frame time tracking on it only works at 16 millisecond intervals, so you're missing half of the data at 120 hertz.
What?
And secondly, you can actually capture a VRR signal but it looks really jerky and horrible when it's sort of transposed back into VSync 60 hertz. And it just doesn't look like the final sort of way I'd like to present VRR games. Whereas at least pointing the camera at the screen, you're getting some idea of the fluidity. It's not a jerky mess. So yeah, that's the reason why we aren't using the HD60X at the moment. What I'd really like to see would be actual frame time, proper frame time tracking, which we don't quite have at the moment. Possibly at 60 hertz it would work, but 120 hertz VRR, that's coming into its own really, and that's really where you want to see those unlocked frame rates really. So yeah, quick answer to that one. Next question from Johnny5A. With the Switch being over 5 years old and rumours of a direct this month, do you think we will start seeing the groundwork, e.g. ports of games with ray tracing or resolution scaling elsewhere for a new console being laid out soon? John, do you think we're going to see Super Switch, Switch Model S, Switch 2, whatever, anytime soon?
I'm not so sure about that. And I certainly don't think we're going to be seeing the groundwork laid out publicly, per se. Of course, they have something in development, but when we're going to see it, I really don't know. That's been like kind of a moving target. I still maintain that the OLED Switch was originally... I have no idea if this is accurate or not, but I get the feeling that was going to be the equivalent of a Switch Pro originally. And then, for whatever reason, possibly pandemic, supply related, all that stuff, they opted to change that and just went for just a screen upgrade. And I suspect the next thing we'll see will not be a Pro, but like the next Switch or the next Nintendo console.
I think the OLED model was always planned to be an OLED model because it was in the firmware a year earlier. April 2020.
Maybe that's true.
But I do think that there was a lot of confusion between the sequel and the OLED model, which kind of resulted in mixed messages. I don't expect to see ray tracing. Maybe the hardware would be capable of doing it, but the power draw required to do it and the performance hit. Yeah, I mean, maybe there will be some level of support in there. Maybe the RT hardware could be used for other things that doesn't have such a hit to performance. But just remember, everybody always overestimates the capabilities of a Nintendo console before we see it. And performance is not what Nintendo is about. It's about the overall package.
They
and the
were
features.
once with the
Maybe
GameCube.
one day.
With the GameCube.
What a brilliant piece of engineering.
Mm-hmm.
Anything to add to that, Alex? Anything you'd think you'd like to see from Switch, bearing in mind we know it's almost certainly going to be on a next generation NVIDIA platform?
I mean, I've said DLSS like 100 times before. I'll just say it again.
Yep.
Like ray tracing is nice, but in a power confined package, it is a little bit. It's not so necessary.
It's going to be challenging.
It's pretty challenging.
Yeah. Okay, another quick question here from Ian Stannard. That's a long question. I've been following with some interest the theme in certain videos about CPU limitations when enabling ray tracing. I have a Ryzen 3700X and RTX 3090 GPU, and I noticed that the benchmark in Watch Dog Legions with ray tracing on and at a reasonably high quality setting stutters at around 50 frames per second and isn't noticeably alleviated by dropping down to 1080p. Could frame rate be CPU bottlenecked in these circumstances? Spoiler, yes. If so, would Ryzen 5800 X3D be an effective upgrade, or would it be worth investing a little more and upgrading to one of AMD/Intel's upcoming next-gen platforms?
Before you answer that, I love that he called it Watchdog Legions. That's fantastic.
Watchdog Legions.
Watchdog Legions.
The Watchdog Legions.
Alex, I mean, well, we're going to go back to the whole Ryzen 3000 line, which I see it as a sort of stepping stone to the excellence of Ryzen 5000, but it wasn't anywhere near the final complete product, especially for gaming. Right?
Yeah, right. Like that's the thing is like I upgraded to Ryzen, what was it, 3900X for the work PC there, and it helped a lot. But at the end of the day, there's still scenarios where that gen of Ryzen is still not that great. And it just shows up really heavily, I think, in the ray tracing titles usually, for whatever reason. Well, there's a lot of reasons, but that's one reason. And I think there, yeah, you definitely are. I'm surprised that you only say it in the benchmark, because in that game, I would expect it way more in the world than in the benchmark. The world there, like as you're moving around in it, like that is a really CPU heavy game, and you would definitely see those stutters in the game world too. So I'm surprised you only mentioned in the benchmark here. But the question of upgrades, 5800X 3D is a really good processor, and you'd keep the motherboard, I presume. I don't know what motherboard you have. I presume you would. And you'd get all the benefits of it for the most part. I presume also rebar and things like that, assuming your motherboard is cool with that. That is compelling, but we're like upgrading right now on the cusp of a new generation of CPUs from Intel and AMD, where you can see like you can get a sense of the field better at that point. After the reviews have come out and the prices maybe settle in a little bit, then I think that's the time when you make your decision, where you could either upgrade on the same path you had, or actually maybe start a new motherboard upgrade path. So I don't want to say anything right now other than wait until the CPU motherboard landscape is a bit more, I forget the word in English. It's like when you can see it, you can see the breadth of it much better than we can right now, pre-release.
I think, you know, in terms of the most cost-effective upgrade, it's definitely the 5800X 3D.
Yeah, it's great.
Because you're just buying the chip. What we don't know is what memory you've got with that 3700X. You've got to have like 3200 megahertz
minimum,
low latency, or 3600 megahertz to really get the most out of that chip. And it's the same, but to a lesser extent on the 5800X 3D there. So possibly think about memory as well if you've got slow memory in there at the moment. But yeah, I think the 5800X 3D is an excellent processor for extending the life of your current platform. I guess games like Marvel's Spider-Man are starting to suggest that CPU, and certainly Unreal Engine 5 CPU, is going to be a lot more important going forward.
Way more.
I gotta hand it to AMD for keeping the same slot design for so long. For the CPU package, that's really great to be able to sort of keep a motherboard in place for a long time if you prefer it that way.
What's actually happened there is that they've retroactively added support to the new processors to the older boards.
Yeah, and some boards don't get it.
Yeah, specifically to keep people within the AM4 socket ecosystem. But there was quite a lot of segregation on even within that generation. It's just at the end of the generation, they've seen that Alder Lake from Intel is actually really good. How do you keep people with AMD? The answer is exactly the situation facing Ian here, which is, well, you know, if you can get good, you know, a really good performance uplift by just upgrading the processor and your BIOS, that's actually a really compelling proposition. But yeah, interesting stuff there.
Yeah.
Final question from supporter with the hacker alias Warp Thump. Thump in capital letters. Which console has the most footage recorded in Digital Foundry? Bonus, which console is the hardest to work with when recording cross-platform comparison videos? Two very interesting questions there. I mean, obviously, recording footage is quite different to the actual amount that actually ends up in a final video. But John, I'm quite curious about your thoughts on both of these questions.
Oh man, the first one, I mean, I feel like it would have to be either PS4 or Xbox One. Just because they were used so heavily in our videos. But maybe we started doing longer form videos in the Pro and Xbox One X era, so maybe one of those would be the one with the most amount of footage recorded. But maybe? Hard to say on that one. The second one, though, it's pretty easy for HDMI consoles anyway. It's the PS Triple. The PS Triple sucks for capturing because you have to get HDCP stripping capabilities, so you need like a little box to basically strip out HDCP before you can even capture it. And those things, they're readily available, but some of them can be cheap or low quality, and some of them can fail over time and then fry other hardware in your chain, which is really bad. So just as a result, anytime I have to capture the PS Triple, it's always you have to jump through some hoops.
Well, the other thing, of course, is that certain games always added noise to the HDMI output, and then there was the fact that the slim model onwards added noise to the HDMI output.
So it made tearing detection difficult.
Yep. So yeah, that was quite problematic, and yeah, basically it adds a kind of noise to the HDMI output, which I think is from a YUV to RGB
I think it
transform.
should be specified that this is not noise you can see by eye.
You can't see it, no.
It's not visible in any way, but
Yep, but it's
in
there.
the signal, and it causes issues with the tools.
What it means is that a duplicate frame, even though you can't visibly see any difference, is mathematically about 5% different to an identical frame that came before it. So yeah, the original PlayStation 3, the fat models didn't have this problem, and we initially found that the PlayStation 5 had this problem as well, which was quite annoying, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But we have managed to find a way past that.
That's right.
So yeah, I mean, I think that once we moved fully into the HDMI era and moved beyond the issues with the PlayStation 3, there weren't really any issues working with the consoles. I guess Switch was really hard to work with for a while when there was no way to get a digital feed from the mobile part of the equation, which again, there was a solution for that.
Although it's become difficult again for its other
Yeah,
reasons.
yeah, it was a Japanese guy working with mods, and it became illegal in Japan to modify a console. So he had to shut down his shop, and we got a couple of his units before then. But man, that's a bummer. There are potential implications for Super Switch / Switch 2 there, but otherwise HDMI is HDMI, and it's not really a problem. VRR, that's the next challenge, I guess. But anyway, that's it. That's every question we've got to answer this week. If you enjoyed the show, please do like, subscribe, share, ring the bell for those notionally instant notifications. Again, I must stress, no guarantees on those notifications.
No.
That is
Never.
my disclaimer. But yes, DF Direct Weekly is back, and we shall indeed see you next week.
Did you know, in Metal Gear Solid 3, the scene where Volgin tortures Snake was meant to be interactive and a lot more violent? This is, of course, the moment Snake loses his right eye. In the game's final build, it's a 1-minute cutscene the player just watches passively, while Colonel Volgin electrocutes and punches Snake to find out how much the CIA knows about him. But, in a director's commentary published in a 2005 magazine, Kojima said that the whole thing was going to go on much longer. Eventually, we ended up cutting that back. We were also going to have an option as Snake was being tortured to have the player choose either yes or no when Volgin commanded him to speak or break. But we ended up removing this feature because of things going on in the real world. We had to tone things down in terms of violence. What was happening in the real world were the headlines about the CIA and all the things they'd been doing to acquire information from their enemies. So Kojima decided it was best to
Well, we're starting to see some pretty massive cope from the Rings of Power Media Shield team. First it was, oh, review brigading is happening and it's so evil and so bad and it's ruining it, to, ha ha ha, take that, trolls. We had 25 million people tuning in. Ha 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 ha. Reviews are pointless, to Amazon locks reviews because too many people are leaving negative reviews for 72 hours, except it wasn't 72 hours, that they actually locked the reviews for well over nearly a week. To now, well, reviews are worthless, pointless. Really, Amazon? Then why are you still continuing to curate every single review that's coming in, massaging the numbers to keep your score as high as reasonable? Well, I'm going to tell you why after a quick word from important channel sponsor MetaPCs. Huge shout out to this video sponsor, MetaPCs. Look, you've been around, you know that I've been talking about MetaPCs for a very long time. In fact, it's the primary computer I use. But it's not just because they're a sponsor. It's for so many more reasons. They have fully customizable, configurable PCs and all the hardest to find parts in stock and ready to go. They also have ready-to-ship PCs ready for you today. Here's a couple reasons why I like MetaPCs. First and foremost, it's veteran ownership. MetaPCs is a veteran-owned business One of Meta's owners has served both in Afghanistan and Iraq and received a Purple Heart for his service. Meta also employs military veterans in Meta's Operations Center and also provides systems to veterans going back to school to help them re-enter the workforce all across the United States. They offer financing. It has 100% US-based sales and support. And when you receive your PC, it's ready to go right out of the box. You don't have to get complicated and set things up. You just plug it all in and you're ready to rock. And on top of that, Meta PCs is offering you, my viewer, a huge discount when you use the link in the description or you use promo code TheQuartering. If you use my code at checkout, not only do you save money, but you support my content and a company that will not bow to cancel culture. So maybe you're not ready to pick up a new computer today, but when you are, remember to go to metapcs.com and use promo code TheQuartering to support me and to save money. And everybody wins. You might not be in the market right this second, but Meta PCs is stuck by this channel. It's the computer I use, it's the laptop I use, and it's the computer I recommend. So keep that promo code handy so you can save when you are ready. The Rings of Power viewership numbers proves audience ratings are useless. This by Stephen Colbert. Not that one, although probably that one. I wouldn't doubt that it's actually him. Hold on a second. Is it? No, okay. It would have been funny. Lord of the Rings and the Rings of Power posted huge debut numbers despite being review brigaded, proving audience reviews are useless. Well then, why did the very same news outlet whine and complain about reviews? Why did you say that the negative reviews are evil and bigoted? I thought they didn't matter. Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power boasted huge debut viewership numbers despite being review brigaded. By the way, first and foremost, okay, the debut was when people started to review it. So regardless of the negative reviews that were happening, it would not have affected the debut numbers. If I couldn't review it until I saw the debut, then how could I have written a review that would have stopped anyone from watching the debut? Does that work? No, of course it doesn't work. While critic reviews sometimes impact the success of a movie or show, does it? I don't think it does. Audience reviews are regularly weaponized, proving just how broken audience reviews are. After garnering mostly positive reviews from critics, The Rings of Power saw a massive influx of negative audience reviews on Rotten Tomatoes and other platforms. To combat the issue, Amazon even suspended its own audience review system, holding back reviews from the premiere episode to ensure only credible reviews get posted. Well, yeah, I mean, it's only credible if you say that the show, you could say 10 out of 10, neat, that's credible. If you say 1 out of 10, crap, that gets held. I mean, is anyone shocked or surprised about that? I've seen hundreds of you who have sent me your reviews that were canceled or rejected. Only one of them I thought was a little aggro, so maybe they bounced it, but the rest of them were pretty tame. Despite the review, we're getting a backlash from a small audience segment. Which is it? I thought we were ruining everything. I thought that the trolls were ruining, and then they had to trot out Elijah Wood to come out and say, ooh, people are saying mean words about a castmate on a show that I'm not involved with. I stand with them in solidarity. Consume! Dear Amazon, consume viewers, consume! The show still posted record-breaking viewership numbers, seeing 25 million viewers in the first 24 hours. By the way, we don't know. We have no idea if they actually sold a single Prime membership for this. Remember that Amazon doesn't make any money from this unless they're selling Prime memberships. According to Amazon, it's the biggest premiere for any show on Amazon. Big whoop! You spent $1 billion on it. Comparatively, HBO is boasting 25 million viewers for Game of Thrones prequel House of the Dragon over the course of a week. So House of the Dragon is just as big. A Game of Thrones prequel is just as big as as Lord of the Rings. I guess you could, I mean, they're both pretty big, I guess, to be fair. when it comes to audience review data, it's easy to submit a bad review without even watching the show. And it's also easy to submit a good review without ever watching the show. It's so frustrating that sites like Screen Rant and these other shill media websites, like, they just purposely ignore that, don't they? They're just like, well, I mean, you have to, it's only easy to review, to submit negative troll reviews. It's actually quite difficult to submit 10 out of 10s. Even though on IMDb, the 10 out of 10s vastly outnumber the 1 out of 10s, and the show is neither. Okay, like, any idiot knows that this show is not a 10 out of 10, and to be fair, it's not a 1 out of 10 either. I will listen to your arguments for a 2 out of 10, but I'm not hearing anything. I don't want to hear a single argument from anyone who's saying the show is a 10 out of 10. It's just objectively not true. There are certain ways to improve rating systems, although attempts to add credibility to user systems also can make them more of a target for bad faith actors. Oh, you mean people that actually watched it and still didn't like it? That's why they won't do it. Like, you know that, right? That's why they won't do it. Because they know if they say, oh, this is a verified user, and we we bounce their negative review, that's just as bad. If it's a verified viewer and they allow it through, now there's credibility. Now they can't just have all their little minions like Screen Rant and Variety and The Hollywood Reporter write articles that say all these negative reviews are from trolls. If they give us the power, people that have watched it, I've slugged through this whole series. If I had to choose between watching Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, and a race between two different colors of paint drying on the very same wall, I would choose the paint. And it wouldn't even be that difficult. And I'm still watching it so that I have some credibility to the things that I'm saying. Long before Rotten Tomatoes and other internet review aggregate existed, movies and TV performance was directed by organic word of mouth, box office performance, TV ratings, and things haven't changed much. While audience reviews may be a part of the conversation as a form of social proof, word of mouth and viewership performance still are the biggest factors for content success. Okay. So are you saying that the reviews, this is what they're really saying. Negative user reviews are irrelevant. Because House of the Dragon has an overwhelmingly positive review score. When I look at House of the Dragon on IMDb, I'm like, dang, I gotta put this show in my watch history. I don't know about you all. I suspect you'll agree with me. Leave a like on the video if you do. I value user review scores far more. Now, are there movies I've seen that didn't have a great user review score that I liked? Yeah, of course. And there's still, like, I still watch a lot of movies that, like, I don't check the reviews before. You know? But, like, you know, what's interesting to me is that you have the Mary Sue, like, oh, actually, everybody's a woman, and actually, you know, what did J.R.R. Tolkien actually say about race? Again, it's irrelevant. What this is an attempt to gaslight and shift the conversation. It's not what he said about race. It's what's written in the books. Like, we know what he said about race in the books. We know how it's supposed to look. And look, again, I'm telling you, I'm saying again from the rooftops that the idea that people, you know, that people reject shows simply because of diversity is simply incorrect. It is proven incorrect by the success of the House of the Dragon. It's great. It's so great to have this. It just blows BTFOs every one of these lunatic shills who say, oh, well, it's actually because people are just deeply racist. No, it isn't. House of the Dragon is arguably more diverse than Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. And you don't see the same kind of negative review brigading there. And by the way, you've had 25 million, okay? 25 million people watch the show. Why are there only 11,000 reviews? Why? If I look at a most recent review, you finally have some from today, and it is a 1 star. It looks like most of the most recent reviews are 1 and 2 stars. Look at this. If we go to the most recent, they're getting flooded now. Dull and joyless, missed opportunity, censoring reviews, and they actually let that through. Amazon thinks they can censor viewers of their show. They deem reviews to be inappropriate if it doesn't get 5 stars, so here I am writing again. I found the characters to be dull and poorly written, and particularly jarring since some of the characters make it through to Lord of the Rings trilogy. Dialogue is written to provoke drama even when it doesn't make sense. Don't waste your time with this show. These are all 1 and 2 stars. The last 10 reviews I let through are all 1 and 2 stars. And it's dropped to 3.4 out of 5 from 3.6. I suspect that if they open this up to 20, 30,000 reviews, it's going to be sub 3s. And it should be, because the show is a 2 out of 5. I think that's where it's at right now through 3 episodes. Could it recover? Absolutely. And I hope it does. But Amazon is being forced to let through the truth now. Bad, steaming plate of garbage bad. Battlefield Earth, hold my beer bad. 1 star. I mean, there's certainly, you could argue now that they've opened the floodgates. And they're letting through, now I don't know how many they're rejecting, but they're certainly letting through plenty of spicy 1 stars. If I look at 5 stars, they're very long, and here's like a certified check mark. How do you get a certified check mark? Anyway, episode 4 this weekend. Better get it together fast or it's going to continue to go down the toilet. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you click that red subscribe button down below. We'll talk to you again real soon.
And I don't want to upset any mermaids who are watching the show. Violet mermaids, there are pink mermaids, there are black mermaids, there are Latina mermaids, there are mermaids of every ilk. And you know why there can be? Because it's the world that we would like to see better.
Mother of God. I did not see this coming. I didn't. I genuinely did not see this coming. I mean, the announcement of the reimagined. Whoa! The pitch is off on there. I'm leaving it because that's funny. The announcement of the the new recast with Halle Bailey as Little Mermaid happened like, I don't know, months ago. And now, only now really is the backlash kind of heating up. In fact, the trailer for Little Mermaid remains on trending, has nearly 500,000 upvotes now. So people are rallying in support of it. And again, I want to point out, not Halle Bailey's job to, she just took the job. It's not her fault. And people that are like going after her directly, that's not okay. That sucks. Okay, if you believe that they should be following the original Danish folklore, then that's fine. That's a decision you have to take up with Disney, which is what people are doing in spades. 490,000 upvotes, 1.5 million downvotes. 1.5 million downvotes. Is this where people are finally drawing a line in the sand? It would certainly seem like it, right? I don't really understand. And yesterday, things took an even more interesting return. By the way, thanks everyone who went to Coffee Brand Coffee yesterday. It is the number one most important business to me. It's my business. We sell coffee, tea, and cocoa. We launched some delicious fall blends and spiked jack-o'-lantern and pumpkin spice. If you don't like flavored coffee, our 002 Ethiopian and our 004 dark roast sell amazingly. We're actually extending our K-Cup. If you get your K-Cup orders in today, you'll still get the Founders Coin, which is part of a pre-order, which ends tomorrow, because we're still yet to receive one last piece, so I'm letting anyone who orders the K-Cups now still get them until they're in stock, which should be today or later tomorrow. But seriously, thank you, everyone. Now, yesterday, things escalated, and I was not surprised whatsoever. So, two people posted this out. What 10 gazillion IQ is the initial Twitter account, I guess, who made the video. Then Vandalibum posted the video. What it was a 7-second side-by-side where they had replaced Halle Berry with some generic redhead. I get the meme, but I just knew that this was going to be, this shot that sparked a billion reads. And within hours, both accounts were suspended off Twitter. Why? I don't know. I've been told by all the leftists out there that mermaids don't exist. And so the race of said mermaids is not relevant. So when you turn Ariel black, that's stunning and progressive. When you turn Ariel white, you're suspended. Credits to meme artificial intelligence scientist 10 gazillion IQ. He fixed Little Mermaid and turned the woke actor into a ginger white girl. He says he can fix the entire movie when it comes out with 4 A600, I think are those video cards, in 24 hours. It's over for woke cells. I actually like that name now. And you can see, note for Twitter, this is purely for educational purposes. Please do not misinterpret this in a racist way. I'm just amazed by a high IQ friend who works with artificial intelligence and the stuff he can make. And I wanted to show people his field of study. I suppose this is more like probably like deepfake technology, maybe. This is somebody who does this type of thing. You can see for new followers who came from the Ariel thing, if you're interested in doing this for yourself, like with other movies, then go learn some Python, download some AI stuff. It's not as hard as it sounds. Pick related. I made Doomer Girl in 2 seconds. Pretty interesting. And you see meme lords and junk posters are a blessing on the internet. Every time needs to be flooded with this version. Oh my god, I love you. Perfect. Looks 1,000 times better. What about buoyancy? The first AI generated is the first one AI generated. They both look so realistic. I mean, like, the fixed movie must be available for download. I mean, WTF, I love AI now. I think that it's time. Yeah, the Ryan Gosling as Black Panther, I think probably needs to happen too, because that's a meme, of course. And like, it is interesting though, because the people went berserk over this, calling it all sorts of things. When, quite frankly, I've been screamed at by leftists all for the last week, telling me that, what do you mean? It's a fish person. It's not real. What does the race matter? Oh, now it matters. Oh, well, if it isn't your own hypocrisy. You can see what Reject Metric wrote. I can't imagine why this would make people upset. I've been informed by Twitter that mermaids aren't real, and so it doesn't matter what race they are. I mean, okay. Exactly. They don't even realize their own racism is showing. I mean, I think, look, so you prefer the CGI Uncanny Valley? I prefer the woman with talent, and that's fine. Like, there's so many triggered, like, usernames with flags in the title and all this kind of stuff. And actually, a lot of people are saying, "Well, what's woke about the actress?" Well, has had some spicy takes. I mean, if you look at New Little Mermaid and Snow White stars say their modern characters won't be defined by needing a man's love. I mean, I wouldn't say that that's like exactly screaming defund the police from the streets, but you know, she is clearly one of the wokies. But you know, as far as I know, there's some other statements that I couldn't necessarily find that I may be attributing incorrectly, so I won't bring them up. But you see, this Halle Bailey turns white in a Little Mermaid remake video altered by AI. You could see. I wonder if this video's still live on the internet. Okay, they didn't. Okay, here it is. Wish I could be part of that AI. You can see the actual video. I want to mute it because I'm sure I can't use it. You can see it's shot for shot, frame for frame. Really a white woman now with red hair versus Halle Bailey. I mean, like, whoever decided to let AI create entertainment knew it would cause massive issues. People over the internet have been throwing random image requests from AI to the result is something quite horrifying. The same can be said for AI-generated videos. Well, someone decided to AI transform Halle Bailey into a white woman for the Little Mermaid live-action remake. You can see the AI-generated video above. The film has been surrounded with controversy as people oddly take issue with Ariel not being white in this new live-action remake. Fans have been coming to the defense of Bailey. Look, I don't have any issue with Halle Bailey, but what's probably happening here is people have, in general, had enough. They've had enough of the race swaps. This is number, I don't know, 50 in the last 2 years. You know, from television shows like The Wonder Years, getting rebooted with the grand idea of just changing the skin color of the family. People have just had enough. Like, just make new shows. I don't really have any issue with it. And like the left often will say like, would you have a problem with people of color? Of course not. Of course not. One of my all-time favorite shows is Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, probably top 5. So like, you know, I think it's ridiculous. So you see, it's a mermaid though, a creature of myth and fairy tale. People are just it's like getting thrown right in their face. So you prefer the CGI uncanny valley? I prefer the one with talent. It's a mermaid though, a creature of myth and fairy tale. We are not sure if this is some sort of support or hatred for Halle Bailey in The Little Mermaid. Mermaids are mythical creatures, so they should be able to be portrayed by anyone. No one knows how mermaids look, so let Bailey shine. Is the first one AI generated? Both look so realistic. You might not have been watching the same video, but the AI generated video doesn't look quite realistic. Halle Bailey as Little Mermaid looks quite real, but that might be because she is. Make the fixed movie available on download sites. The quote fixed movie is the AI one. You know, this is hero level stuff. Every redhead I knew growing up loved Ariel, and they knew this. Apparently, Twitter doesn't understand that many races can have red hair. Halle Bailey looks amazing as Ariel, and her amazing voice is going to carry the Little Mermaid to some new heights. Sure. There are literally black gingers. Sure. I mean, sure. I'm not saying there isn't. I think that this has been. I did not see this coming. I did not. I mean, I knew that like we had the initial like, oh yeah, it's just another race swap character. I'm so used to it. Everyone's so used to it that this is just the way of the modern era, right? However, it would appear that people have decided they've had enough and they're going to die on this hill. Twitter acting quick to ban everybody who posted this video, which is ridiculous. Why are you banning them? That's absurd. The way that the media is reacting to this, having like absolute meltdowns over the whole situation, you know, also hilarious. Yeah, they actually suspended both accounts that posted the AI fixed version of the Little Mermaid trailer. I was told that mermaids are not real, so race doesn't matter. You know, it's funny when they have to hold up their own when you hold a light up to their own standards. Here it is on the Chinese app, as predicted. Essentially, the Chinese version, the Chinese approved version of the Little Mermaid. If you're aware, Disney openly and has multiple times pushed black characters to the back of posters, including the Black Panther, where they pick all the pictures of Black Panther had his mask on. How they did John Boyega by lightening his skin and putting him in the back of the poster on The Force Awakens. Disney has a long and documented history of being willing to push black characters to the back to collect Chinese money. So I would not be surprised if this is China. You know, they would be like considering this for China. Yeah, I read that it would only take them 24 hours to re-render the actors using 4 A600 GPUs. you know, like there. I think some people think it's like real. Like here's an example of how they did Black Panther. You could see this is the American poster on the left, the Chinese poster on the right. They covered his face. Here's the Force Awakens on the left, American. You could see John Boyega, pretty big. Look in China. Where'd John Boyega go? Oh, he's way down here, hidden. This is, I mean, this is what Disney does all the time in China. So when they talk about like, when they talk about representation, they're just full of baloney.
Hey.
What the hell is this?
Should I just say it's Mega Man?
I feel like this can be a fighting game.
This is a banger.
Maybe it's rival schools? I don't know.
My brain hurts.
So today on Panda Fighting Games, we have Hook Gang God, St. Cola, Katana Prime, and Marine, the newest panda, here to play Is This From a Fighting Game? A song quiz with a twist.
I have a chance. Let's go.
Oh, it's gonna be easy. Easy mode.
We'll see about that.
So I have 14 songs that we're going to queue up. After each of these songs, you have 2 questions to answer. Is this song from a fighting game? And then you get an additional bonus point if you can tell me the series it comes from.
Okay, I don't have a chance. It's lit.
Sankola, maybe give a good intro. You've done a few of our quizzes here. Can you let Marine know sort of what to expect in terms of us pulling stuff out of our asses?
Oh yeah, that's right.
So what's gonna happen is they're gonna give you a few easy ones, and it's all gonna go downhill from here. Brett, I'm gonna win no matter what, because I'm always the guy.
Oh
always in the
my
top
God.
spot. I'm always number one, and I always get it done. So just watch the master work.
You know, Cola's right. We can't even lie.
All right, question number 1.
Mega Man.
This is
Kind of sounds like it's from like a Sonic game.
That's Mega Man Power Battles.
I actually don't know if this is from Street Fighter or if it's from Mega Man.
Like it sounds so nostalgic in a way where like I should know this. Okay, I'm gonna say no. It's not from the fighting game for sure.
But I don't think it's in any fighting game. Oh wait, no wait.
Oh, you can just let me go first because I'm losing.
No, I'm losing.
No.
I want to be the first to lose. Let me lose.
I might be the first to lose actually.
We are losing together, okay?
I might have to join. I might have to join the losing group. Hold on now.
Listen,
Hold on.
I'm the worst at guessing 50-50s, and y'all have played 50-50 characters. I've been paying attention, all right?
I feel like it was from Marvel 3. It also gave me Mega Man vibes, but it just sounds like a Capcom song for sure. But I could be wrong. That's just my guess.
All right, so I just said no, and I was mad because I was like, it's the first question. It's gonna be a fighting game, right? And then I remembered I was with Josh, so like I don't trust you, and I just said no, so I know I'm wrong. I don't even know, bro. I'm gonna just take my L. I'm gonna take my 1 point maximum and pass it to Marine because I'm out.
I like how KP is just handing out the L's because I will definitely hold that L too. I said no, and I thought maybe it might be from like a Sonic game. I don't know. It just sounded like it would fit that type of I don't know, like
It's Mega Man,
or like where
but a weird version. It's probably from a fighting game.
Yeah, it might be from a Sonic game, but Pola, hold this L for me because I am literally ashamed to not know this song.
Here's the thing. I know the song is from Mega Man. It's from the Airman stage. It's a remix.
Bro.
And I don't think it's a fighting game. The problem is, I feel like I've heard that remix in like a fighting game, like Street Fighter 5 or something. So I said it was not a fighting game track. It's from Mega Man. That's my final answer. But y'all get tricky with it, so I might be holding that L too. Damn.
This is not from a fighting game. This is from Mega Man 2. It is the theme from Dr. Wily's Castle.
Give me my points! Give me my points!
I'm half right.
Give me, I'm the best! I'm the best!
All right, mute up for question 2.
What is this from?
Oh my god.
Ooh, I feel like I gotta get into a stance.
Oh my god, I've played so many games over my life.
This sounds like a Sega Saturn game. This sounds like Fighting Vipers or something.
It kind of sounds like a winter stage. You know what I mean?
I feel like this can be a fighting game. This is somebody's theme, so I'm gonna say yes.
I really don't know.
I love it though. It's a nice theme.
All right, it's a fighting game track,
I don't know what it is. I took a shot in the dark. I said Fighty Vipers. I don't know.
I said yes. It feels a little up tempo, like too up tempo. So I think it's around early 2000s time. I did not know, so I feel like it's a character theme. I also took a shot in the dark, and I just said it was from the DOA series.
I said it's also a fighting game. I've definitely heard the song before. I just, again, I can't pinpoint it. It might be because I woke up 3 minutes ago. Nothing comes
It's
to
bad.
mind. But honestly, it sounded like Marvel as well, but I could be wrong. I didn't say it this time. I just said, yeah, it's a fighting game. I just choose that.
I also said yes, it is a fighting game, and for some reason I thought of Capcom versus Tatsunoko. I don't know why. Like maybe it might be that, but I could be wrong. Of course, another shot in the dark, but hopefully I am half right on this.
This is from Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door.
Oh my god, how can I not get... Dude, I love Paper Mario.
That's one of my favorite games of all time.
Yo, oh my god, I'm so sad now.
That's okay. Y'all expect it from me though, so.
They must have ripped something off a fighting game. That must be ripped off from a fighting game. I don't believe it. Yo, fact checkers, can we get some Snoops on that?
Oh no, it
Snoops.com,
definitely was there.
Get on
It
that.
was definitely in there, Cola. I know you're not used to being wrong, but it's a part of life, bro. It's part of life.
All that.
Alright, you know what? I'm doing kind of whack right now. I'm down 2, but I feel like I can make a comeback in this. Make sure you guys sub up, comment up, and make sure you guys like the video, and let's get right into it. I think I'm gonna make this comeback. Let's see what's up.
What is this?
I feel like I should know this. I definitely don't know this, and I know Cola knows this one.
This sounds like War Gods, or again, like a Mortal Kombat ripoff. Time Crisis. I don't know what this is.
I want to assume yes, it might be a fighting game.
But it also can be like Nintendo 64 based.
Oh, this is Killer Instinct. Finally.
Oh, okay. Alright. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I mean, obviously.
Oh, this is Killer Instinct.
Yep.
Nah, this is that Waylon. You just imagine a guy with like a bad wig just on top of a rooftop, just...
It's a banger. Absolute banger.
It's too fire.
Alright, calm back.
Why'd you stop it?
Oh, you were like vibing to it? Like, yeah.
I definitely was. I wanted the first 30 seconds too. You robbed me, but it's okay.
I said yes. It could be a fighting game, and I just couldn't think of a series, so I just kind of threw this out there. I thought it might be from Rival Schools. I don't know.
That is definitely Killer Instincts from SNES, the opening song.
Yes, it is. Yes, fighting game, Killer Instinct. I don't really need to expand on it.
Same here. That's what I said too.
And that is correct. That is the Killer Instinct main theme. So yes, it is from a fighting game. It's from Killer Instinct.
I
Points
feel
for everybody.
ashamed. No!
As it currently stands, Marine and Hook are tied at 2. KP
let's
has
go.
3, and Sinkola has 4.
Yeah, that's all right. You ain't too far. You stay right there. All right, you stay right there.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, question 4.
Tekken 5.
Oh my gosh, I was gonna say like maybe at the start of it.
No, wait, Tekken 6. That stage didn't exist in 5.
Wait, no, I know this, but I don't know it.
You know why I know what this is? It's the yodeling. It's the yodeling. It haunts my nightmares because it's bops, and then they got this.
It sounds kind of goofy, I'm not gonna lie.
That sounds so familiar because like it's such a goofy song.
And I love the beat, but why you yodeling?
This sounds so stupid. Is it a rhythm game?
It's Tekken, for fuck's sake. Oh my god.
I feel like this one everybody should know by now.
I just said yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm gonna get mixed if I said no. Even though I have not heard this one before at all. So this one was just a complete guess.
Do you want to guess the series?
I'm gonna just say Tekken. Yeah, I don't know.
We'll go to KP.
I went through a lot of emotions. I thought I heard it, and then I was pretty sure I never heard it, and then my brain just kind of like, gave up. So I went with the 50-50. I didn't think as deeply as Hook did because I sucked, and I just said no. And it sounds like a rhythm game or something along those lines, so I just went with the oft-forgotten Bust a Move series. Or
Oh,
or
nice.
whatever it's called.
That's a
Hello,
good
school.
guess.
Yeah.
I said no, and like I was struggling because I was like, it kind of sounds familiar because it would be in a bunch of like these goofy games that you could play. So like I don't know, for some reason I thought like Crazy Taxi, but no way. At first, another guess I thought was like maybe Katamari, but Katamari is like no, it's like more like mellow and goofy. But I just can't think of a series for this soundtrack.
It's a fighting game. It's Tekken. It's one of the stages with the sheep in them.
Yep.
What? No
Good.
way, really?
Yes, good.
Yo, but Hook knew too, though. Hold up, now Hook knew too.
Hook
Hold up
is
now.
God, bro. Like, hello? Clearly,
Hook's
it's
a
in the
singer
name.
today.
You know what? Now that you say it's from Tekken, I feel like I've heard it now. Before it was like, okay, this sounds so goofy, but at the same time,
Terrible.
this is mixed.
Terrible.
I liked it. I was starting to vibe at the end. I was like, wait a minute, hold up now. Yo can kind of get to me. Okay.
All right, question 5.
It sounds familiar. I always say every soundtrack sounds familiar.
I don't think it's a fighting game. It sounds like Streets of Rage, but I don't think it is.
Is this Alpha? Yeah, this is Alpha. This is Street Fighter, right?
I don't know it.
Hold up.
I was gonna say sounds like something from KOF, but I actually don't know.
Should I just say it's Mega Man? No.
I'm gonna be so wrong.
And I like how I'm like, yeah, I know my soundtracks in video games. No. I wholeheartedly lied. I'm sorry, guys.
I hate it here, bro. I hate it.
It's a fighting game, and I think it's Street Fighter Alpha 3.
Marie.
Yes.
Did you just take my guess, Cola? Because I also thought it was from Third Strike. And yes, it is from
Just when we fall apart. Obviously, I said no. I'm saying no the rest of the way, so don't even touch me. And it sounds like 90s like beat 'em up music, man. I don't know. It could have been anything, you know. It could have been Fight. It could have been Ninja Turtles. It could have been Streets of Rage. Any of those. So I just went with Streets of Rage, yo. Probably like the soundtrack I know.
Oh, me.
So we'll see. Now I went 90. No, and Streets of Rage. That's what I went with.
I also said no. I felt like like KP said, it kind of does sound like a beat 'em up type of track. It kind of gave me like Ninja Turtles vibes too.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know. I don't think I actually heard that one ever, so I couldn't even guess what game it was from.
All right, this was Shumagorath's theme from Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter.
Yeah.
You're not giving us a point for Street Fighter?
No. Hello.
Question 6.
I'm getting smoked, but what else is there?
This is like an ending to something, ain't it?
This sounds like Mega Man music again.
like it's so upbeat at the beginning of the song.
I don't know, bro. I'm just gonna say yes, and I'm gonna assume it's a Guilty Gear game, and I'm gonna be wrong. It's gonna be like a Tails game.
Sonic Adventure? I don't remember much about Sonic Adventure.
Might be from Sonic. Could be from what I guessed.
Yeah, it sounds like an intro from a Tales game.
You know what? It also kind of sounds like Sonic now. I don't know. It also sounds like Blaze Blue.
Y'all better be beating me at home. I am the ground level. I am under the ground. If you're not beating me, you're trolling.
It's not a fighting game, it's Sonic? I don't know.
I thought the same thing.
I thought the same too.
But I didn't say it was Sonic. For some reason, it also gave me Blaze Blue vibes. You know, it sounded more like a Blaze Blue song than a Sonic song.
So I was like torn, right? I'm happy that Cola wasn't confident. Because I felt like this was probably like an older Guilty Gear song. But then I said, last question, I said, I'm going to say no to everything and stick to my gun. So I said no. And it sounds like an intro to a Tails game.
This
Yep.
is Variable Heart from Blaze Blue Central
Yes,
Fiction.
sir. I knew it. I knew it.
What a
It-
god.
Oh my god.
I knew it. I
What a
knew it
god.
sounded like Blaze Blue. I knew it. I knew it. It has its own. It has its own sound, man. I knew it.
Yeah.
All right, silence up for question 7.
Bro, this is bait, bro. This is bait.
This actually sounds like Tenchu. I don't know.
Maybe like Mortal Kombat?
Am I really gonna say yes and say Mortal Kombat, bro? I'm getting baited, bro.
What in the world is this, man? I'm gonna guess no. This sounds like, I don't know, Donkey Kong. Nah.
Okay,
What?
without like the flute, I would probably guess like Donkey Kong 64, but no, it's not.
What the fuck?
It's like Shaolin, Wu-Tang Clan, the Shaolin game, right? The fighting game, bro.
What game is this? Is fire.
I don't know.
I just said no. I don't know. You guys can't hit me with yes 3 times in a row. There's just no way.
Oh man, I said no. Obviously, probably was there a Wu-Tang game in the '90s or a Shaq Fu? I feel like I'm gonna go with one of those because they have like the combat type of thing with the Shaolin feel to it.
Kind of sounds something. I don't know. Like for some reason, I thought Mortal Kombat.
Dang, me and KP on the same track. Fighting game? I think it's that Wu-Tang game that was like on PlayStation 1. Like it was like a brawler slash like fighting game.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Bro. Like I don't know, but like I know I said Shaq Fu, but didn't he have like another type of like beat 'em up? I don't even know, bro. But I went with the Wu-Tang joint.
It just sounds like it is.
Shit, low-key about to be like a Mortal Kombat. That Mortal Kombat Jax beat 'em
It
up.
might be Special Forces. Yeah, bro. The one I didn't play, or it might be MK Mythologies. Ain't no telling. Let's go.
Dang.
So I gotta clarify here because it's KP. You're saying it's not a fighting game, but it's a Wu-Tang game. Sinclair, you're saying it is a fighting game. It's a Wu-Tang game.
Yes.
Okay, it's not a Wu-Tang game, so I don't care about that part. But so, okay, so Hook and KP said no, it's not a fighting game. Marine and Sinkhole said yes, it is a fighting game. This is the name is very generic. It's Kung Fu Dojo. You know, yawn. It's from the game Shrek Super Slam.
Oh, I love Shrek.
I've never
Cousin.
played it.
It's a platform brawler.
Oh.
That doesn't count. That means no. Does not count. So give me my point. Let's go, baby.
All right,
All right,
question 8.
Let's go.
Double 06.
Hey, this sounds like GoldenEye.
Double
It
07.
does sound familiar too. Gosh, I feel so dumb.
It sounds like a 007 game, but it's like right on the cusp.
That's Third Strike. You ain't gotta play it anymore. That's Third Strike.
This is from Third Strike. Right?
I don't know. For some reason, I'm gonna go with my gut and say yes, it's a fighting game, but I cannot say what kind of fighting game it is. Oh man.
I'm saying no because I'm saying no to everything, and like I don't know, but that's the 007 baseline. I cannot be convinced otherwise. And if it's not a James Bond like property, then somebody needs to get talked to legally. All right, because I'm losing quizzes because of this. And that's where I'll leave it.
It's a fighting game. It's Street Fighter Third Strike.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, it's from Third Strike, yeah. Street Fighter.
Yeah, of course. Bro, how did they get away with that? Hello?
Question 9.
I know this, but I don't know it. I can't recall it.
Oh, I'm so bad at this.
Sounds like Persona.
Yeah, come on. Maximilian's theme song is...
I'm just saying no to everything. I don't care.
Yo, what if I could like guess Yu Yu Hakusho? All right, I'm gonna guess that.
Street Fighter EX. Not only did it have like the best OST of any Street Fighter game, it had the best, and I mean best OST of any game. And I put that on my mom.
Yeah, I just said no because I'm saying no to everything, and then I'm thinking it's one of like the Persona mainline games.
I said no. I thought it might have been something from like a Yu Yu Hakusho game on the Game Boy, if anyone remembers playing it. I don't know why I thought that, but it might be that. So go with Yu Yu Hakusho.
This is from Street Fighter. I forgot which one, but this is Sakura's theme.
No, you were right. You're right. You're right. It's EX. You're absolutely right. You actually right. Yeah. That's what it is. Same Street Fighters, a fighting game.
This is Sakura's theme from EX Plus. Yeah, Street Fighter.
Oh, nice.
Sick. What's it like to grow up playing fighting games, y'all? That's
It feels great. It feels great.
All right, question 10.
We'll see. We'll see.
I know this song, but I don't know where it's from.
What a cool theme song. That is so cool. Yeah. I don't know what it's from.
This song is fire.
It's Let It Rock, Let It Rock, Let It Rock.
It sounds like Sandstorm or something like that.
I'm not gonna recall it because I'm terrible, but I definitely know this.
I'm so sad. Cause like I don't even know what this is.
I can't pinpoint it. I'm gonna say no though.
I have no idea. It's like a shmup game. It sounds like a shmup. I don't think this is a fighting game.
Hey, 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 hey.
So this is the first time that everyone's agreed on no.
It's not a fighting game? I don't know. Ikaruga or something like that? Some sort of shmup? I don't know. I have no idea.
Kind of backtracking here. Maybe Mega Man. I don't know.
I felt like it was something where like you go fast, and I felt Mega Man as well, but you already hit us with one of those, so I don't think we'll go there. I don't think it was quite Sonic, so I went with the Smash character, Captain Falcon. Oh, I'm sorry, F-Zero. F-Zero.
I just said no. I couldn't pinpoint anything at all. It didn't sound like a fighting game track. I don't know.
It's Seasonal Shrines from Sonic All-Stars Racing.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, see, I knew I heard it because I played the hell out of that game. I was like, really good. See, non-fighting games, y'all can't see me, like, you know, but fighting games, y'all could.
That's fair. You're right.
Question 11.
Sounds like a racing game.
This sounds like a fighter game.
Bro, what is this? This is a fighting game. I have to know what it is.
Hey, 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 hey.
Mega Man X4, banger. This is a banger.
It sounds like a racing game for sure.
Maybe it's rival schools? I don't know. But I honestly don't know. This is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. God damn.
They stay trying to put Mega Man in this.
Bro, I don't know. Fighting game, rival schools? I guess.
I'm just gonna say no, and I can't even guess a series at all. So I'm riding on whether this is a fighting game or not.
Well, luckily for us and our bottom tier boys, I also said no, because I'm saying no to everything. And I'm just going random JRPGs again, so I'm gonna go with like the Xenosaga games.
That is Mega Man X4 / Beast Stage. So no,
Damn,
it's not.
two Mega Mans?
Yeah, that's actually my favorite song from the game, so I knew it off.
Bro,
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
yeah, let's go Hook. We will take Cola down. He has no L's on these quizzes. Today is the day.
Today's the day.
Today is the day. Yeah.
And that is exactly right. It is Mega Man X4 / Beast Stage. Exactly right. All right. Question 12.
All right, but now we return. We come back from the brink.
No. No. No.
This sounds ugly. This is an ugly song.
It like the crash. It sounds like Crash Bandicoot. Wow! Don't know about Crash Bandicoot. Some of y'all probably don't even know who Gex is.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Is it? Has it like those like surfer vibes or something?
Blasto?
This one doesn't sound like I know it.
Pretty sure it's the boy, Crash Bandicoot. I'm pretty sure.
All right, this is garbage, and I'm just saying Wave Race. I don't know. That was kind of garbage, low key. Not gonna hold you.
I said the same. I said the same
Bottom
thing.
one. It's summery games, water. I don't know,
Yep.
bro. Wave Race 64. That's how off I'm going. That's what I'm going with.
I said no. I don't know. It just sounds like a rocket power type song. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like-
no, that's a good guess.
Yeah, like I don't know. They had a game somewhere, so I'm gonna just guess that.
No. For some reason, I thought Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I could be wrong.
I put my answer in, so I think it's not a fighting game. I think it's Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, it could be Crash Bandicoot actually.
It definitely could. Terrible.
It sounds like that kind
That
of.
song, it was bad though. Really bad.
Yeah.
It is from Crash 2.
Let's go.
Oh,
Let's go.
wow, nice.
If I knew
That
Crash
makes
Dance,
sense.
I would still be doing it right now. Damn.
Yeah, I know that platformer is bad, but we ain't gonna get into
Oh,
it. You know,
whoa.
low tier platformer. Go ahead. Let's. I mean, it's a.
Crash
Hey.
music is boo boo too. So
Y'all are
Big
disgusting.
facts.
Oh my god. Just move on. Just move on.
Yeah.
Just move on.
might be spitting to be honest.
Disgusting. Nah, no spitting here. I'm coming.
Number
I'm coming.
13.
Please give me something that I know. I don't know this.
I feel like I know this. I'm saying no. Because I'm saying no to everything.
This is definitely a JRPG. Wild Arms? No.
Off the rip, it sounds like a KOF song, but let me hear it.
Could this have been in like Deadly Alliance?
I think it's from Samurai Warriors.
I know this song, but what is it from? Okay, it's not KOF. Let me hear it.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Yo, what if it's like Kung Fu Panda? No way. Or maybe?
Oh no, this KOF. Free.
Yeah, this is Samurai Warriors. I think I remember slaying 100 dudes to this.
Yo, this is hard. My brain hurts.
I don't know. It was too good to be a Mortal Kombat song. Low-key. That's why I suck at games, because I grew up like after the initial like trilogy, the music just kind of stopped existing, and it ruined the way I listen to music in fighting games forever. Because is why I suck. So I said no, not a fighting game. And with all that said, I still said Mortal Kombat. And yes, I said no, not a fighting game. And yes, Mortal Kombat. That is my answer.
I think that was Samurai Warriors. It's not a fighting game. I think it's Samurai Warriors.
I said no, and I thought for some reason like Kung Fu Panda or something.
This song is fire, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Wait, you said no, right?
I said no.
Okay, cool. As long as we're doing the same thing here.
Yeah. Let's go, okay, for you and me.
I said yes, it's from KOF. I knew I heard the song before, and I was a little confused. But once I heard the guitar, I was certain it was KOF. It might actually be KOF 13 too.
This is Kyokugen Training from KOF 13.
Let's go.
Ah,
Let's
dang.
go.
Too
I
good
think it's
at-
guaranteed, right? Hook is up 3 now. Hold that. It's over.
Question 14. Final question. Good luck.
Okay, Donkey Kong? I kind of want to say Donkey Kong. Maybe?
What the hell is this? It's a fighting game? Listen, it's got to be a fighting game. I don't know what the hell it is.
Man, okay, so I'm going to say yes for the mix-up, right? Because me and Marine are tied. We have to figure out something. I'm saying it's a random SNES fighter that no one has heard of, maybe except for Cola. It's definitely OD generic. So I'm going to say, I don't know, Ninja Turtles or something.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Yeah, this is like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sort of beat, you know? Like they eating pizza in the sewers or something like that. Something grody.
Yep. I'm gonna go with that. No, not a fighting game. Sounds like it's from Donkey Kong.
This sounds like Shaq Fu. This is Shaq Fu. 100%. It sounds like it.
I like how you start with me after I'm guaranteed second place. Whatever. But it's a fighting game. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, one of those fighting games. It sounds like that.
I said no. It kind of gave me Donkey Kong vibes, so I said Donkey Kong.
Oh my gosh, Marine, I'm sorry, I have to trade you.
No, it's okay. I
Not
wholeheartedly
only-
understand.
Not only did I say yes, but for the first time ever, I said the same thing that Cola did.
Oh!
And I said Ninja Turtles.
Oh!
gotta be
Oh
right.
my god!
It's gotta be right. It's gotta be right.
If Cola lets me down, this is so done. But maybe I escape the clutches of last place. So yes, and TMNT.
What do we got?
I said yes, it's from Shaq Fu. I could be
How
wrong.
confident are you?
I'm semi-confident. It just sounds like.
Bro, he's got multiple Shaq emotes. Come on, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I played the game, but I don't know. I'm just gonna say Shaq.
All right, so we'll start with yes, it is a fighting game. So Marine, congratulations on last place. It is called Catwalk Falls.
I knew it. I knew it.
It's from Shaq Fu.
Oh, what a god, bro! Not only did he that was a straight fatality right there. It was unnecessary.
That was.
It said finish him, and he did the whole input. He didn't even use the easy fatality where you just press 2 buttons. He did the whole input. That's crazy.
That's
Well,
wild,
there
bro.
you go.
Just tap him. All you gotta do is tap him.
I'm fine.
Dang, he was
I needed a
offended.
dub. I know all
Let's
these
go.
songs, man.
All right, our final scores. In fourth place, we have Marine with 7 points. Right alongside her, third, KP with 8 points. Second place, a weird position for him in these quizzes, thankfully with 15 points.
Get used to
And
it.
then the grand champion today with
Extravagant.
19 points, Hook Gang God.
We.
Wow.
Too nasty.
Yo,
Congratulations.
this man woke up and smoked us. That's knowledge.
It
rolled out of bed.
I cannot believe that.
What's funny is that literally your call woke me up.
Oh,
I was like, oh shit, I got a quiz.
Literally.
And I got up instantly. I was like, all right, let's do it.
What a beast. What a beast.
One of the most underrated parts of a fighting game is the announcer, right? Whether they bring a ton of energy or keep their cool before every round, a good fighting game announcer is always memorable, right? Right?
Today, Panda is going to quiz to see, do we memorize these announcers in all these fighting games? And to be honest with you, I'm pretty confident. I think I'm going to win this pretty free. But who knows, man? We got a lot of people.
Yu-Gi-Oh! For some of us, it's a childhood obsession, a way of life, and the greatest game ever made. For others, it's another hobby they just can't afford. Duel Monsters is some of the most fun you can have with cardboard, but with meta decks costing hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, it can be hard to decide between rent and a side deck. That's why for this series, Luke Von Karma and myself will show you just how far you can stretch $1. We'll build decks that cost anywhere from $20 to 50 cents.
Broke
using
boy
cards
Yu-Gi-Oh.
from real sellers before duking it out in a battle of the budgets. This is Broke Boy Yu-Gi-Oh! Are you ready for another episode of Broke Boy?
You know it. You know it, gamer. I'm ready to buy. I'm ready to sell, and I'm ready to buy again.
You see, that last episode, I feel like we broke the formula. And boy, am I ready to roll for this week.
I'm so ready. I am.
What are you hoping for?
continue to do great stuff. Again, you know me. I'm ready to. I want 50 cents.
That's great.
I want the lowest of the low. Or I also want $50.
All right, 20 it is. You're going home upset.
Okay. Well, middle of the pack means we get some banger episodes near the end. Have fun building, gamer.
All right, thanks, you fucking bitch. You stupid fucking whore. I'm sorry, that was really mean.
Thank you, man. Hello, broke boy enthusiasts. I'm here to build $20, 20 buccarinos, 20 doubloons, and I've got a nice deck.
Buckaronis, that's so much money. What do you want to make? Earth Machine. I don't know if we can afford Earth Machine. Isn't this expensive?
We're building Predaplant. I am gunning for Predaplant. I've talked about Predaplant a lot. The cards are cheap. The cards are sick. They make mirror gauge. We can play snow. Oh, it's gonna be epic game of the
Harvester is $8 or 75 cents. I mean, peeps. I'm in if you are.
Definitely need this like Triantis person or whatever. I don't know these cards. Orpheus Scorpio, of course, as well. So let's get the good ones. I think I only need like 2 of this.
Check price on Machina cards. Looks good to me. Ooh, there's actually some weird links in here. Oh, maybe not.
Let's grab Orpheus Scorpio while I got him in the mind. Where are you, my one and only? Oh, $1.25.
This is unbeatable.
You have said that about Earth Machine in every single format since you started playing it.
Clamido Sundew? Damn, that's a rough one to say. I need a couple of these. So let's grab two of them.
Not true. Earth Machine was literally unplayable last format, but in this format,
let me ask you.
unbeatable.
In this format in which...
All right.
Well, let me ask you. In the TCG, where the best two decks are Sprite and Tier Element by a lot, do you think this deck is playable?
Earth Machine, right now, yes. It's the
then
best board
why
breaking
am
deck
I
in the entire
listening to
game.
you?
Oh, God damn it, not on this page. Damn, one copy. How many can I play? Hell yeah.
Now listen. All right, here's the thing. This deck does not have to play all the expensive OTK extra deck. This is going to play Infinitrack. It's what's the name of the Outrigger Extension Control?
We need the Blisp one. I think the Blisp is new, right? I think. There you are. Oh, it's a penny. Let's go.
You know that the budget for this is $20, right?
Yeah.
Well, how are we going to be able to afford the amount of copium necessary to play this?
Where's both of these nuts? Oh, they're all right here.
Okay, listen to me. Harvester on its own is a 1-card Mountain Smasher with 3100 defense and a Goliath underneath it and a Outrigger extension. Nothing beats that. Especially if you have like Rivalry or Gozen.
Peeps, last week was the $10 episode, and Danny played full power Virtual World.
We need Preda Planning, of course. Preda Planning. I think we only need one Preda Planning. I'm pretty sure it's like the Garnet. Bada bing, bada boom. Generate gaming.
That deck can't beat Earth Machine.
How is that possible? You're lying.
Let's grab that Instant Fusion. I think someone said that Instant Fusion. There's like a copy of Instant Fusion that's kind of cheap. 60 cents, $1.96, $1. Oh, this is the crustiest Instant Fusion ever.
You can't lose. You get to play all the cards. You get to draw 2 into any floodgate or any board breaker. Chalice is gonna go crazy in this format.
Similar to our Prank Kit episode, we've got a lot of the Preda Plants. This is the Preda Plant core. We have to supplement this with something, and we can actually now afford a much better branded core. So you know we gon' play branded Fusion, baby.
There's no way. No.
Have you read EMR? Read
Yes!
EMR. That shit is insane!
I think that you think the power level of this format is way lower than it is.
So that means we do have to play at least 1 or 2 copies of Fallen of Albaz. What the fuck? It's coming out of multi-rare? Damn.
Nothing beats this! You cannot lose if you play this. I shit you not. Do you want me to put a list together? I will literally do it.
I don't know if we can even afford this, dog.
What the fuck are you talking about? Harvester is 75 cents!
We can play Snow. Fairy, Tail. Is it Tail or is it Tail? Is OTS 19 out?
Yeah, and Ballista's 380 and Box is 80 and
we don't need those cards. All you're gonna do is you're gonna play like NR rarity Earth Machine, and it's fucking insane.
You are describing to me a deck worse than everything I have brought sans Tindangle.
I think we have to play Keeper of Dragon Magic again. We can actually use this card this time. I think I cut these in my list before.
Bullshit! I would
$20.
Sweep you with this. I would sweep you with this.
Literally
with every deck you built in this series.
That is not true. You would not beat my last deck. You wouldn't.
Okay, there's a weird card that my Discord was telling me about, and it's this one. Stay Safe. I haven't even read this card yet, but they tipped me off on it. Card is kind of bonkers. Kind of bonkers with this one.
Yes, I would. That deck was
you
ass.
wouldn't. You would not. You wouldn't beat Virtual World. You wouldn't beat Rytron, you
Oh,
wouldn't be that emancipator. You are crazy. You're out of your mind.
We're gonna play one red reboot as well. I think this card's good. I don't know if I'm gonna put it in the side or not, but damn, they reprinted this in the OCS pack. Let's go.
Oh
You're
my.
insane.
We're not playing Earth Machine. We're not playing Earth Machine. Holy shit. It's not happening.
Plant. Dragostapelia. There's a 10-cent copy versus the 20-cent copy. This guy's charging up the ass for shit.
He's still talking.
No.
He didn't stop. I left it. He came back, and he's still. Oh my god.
No, I'm so. Even my cat is yelling at you right now.
Well, let's grab 2 Mirror Jade just in case. It's also cheap, so we can afford 2.
No. No, we're gonna play something else.
No, that's so. You're insane. I can't believe that this deck is great.
Sasuke. Damaged.
Yeah, I don't know about all of you, but from where I'm standing, this looks absolutely crazy. This is. Wow.
Here's the deck. It's Predaplant. Now, I know. I played a little bit of Albaz before, but this is mainly Predaplant. And we get to play Branded Fusion. See you in the games.
This is literally just Sword Soul Tenyi, but we couldn't afford Moye, so we're playing a few more Tenyis. Oh my god. It's no Earth Machine. I'll say that. It is no Earth Machine. Danny, I've learned much from our time together. The $25 episode was massively illuminating, and what it showed me is that we really cannot manage money well. I think I built a much better deck this time than I did for the $25 episode.
I think you did too, looking at your card back. I'm very horrified at what you've got for me.
It could be quite literally anything.
Because really am not excited to face this, whatever it is. But I feel like we've achieved greatness, and in doing so have also created monsters with these decks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is going to be a stinker, but you know, at least it can't be worse than the last one. Am I right?
Yeah, true.
Morphtronic effect response.
All right, I guess I'll go first. Okay, standby main. That's one of the roughest hands I've been given with this. Wow. You know, I think it still works. It's just so crusty.
Me and my $20 deck full combos. Oh no!
So I'm looking at my hand and I'm like, oh, it works, but I do not like it in the slightest. So we're gonna start with Branded Fusion.
Holy shit! Yep.
So I'm going to use the Stay Sailor Romarine in my hand.
Oh no!
Go bin a very funny card, the boy himself, a Fallen of Albaz, and we're going to make I believe it's Albion.
Yeah. So Stay Sailor Romarin, despite looking like a waifu cutie, is in fact a plant. That means you're on Predaplant, and it means that I do not know how your deck works.
Perfect, because I'm going to be honest, I barely know how it works myself. Let's send that Bylist to grave, and then Albion's going to trigger on Chainlink 1, so we'll banish Albaz and I believe Albion on board to make the boy, Mirror Jade.
Yeah, the lad.
The lad. Now we'll resolve the chain, Byblisps triggers, so we will add the best Predaplant, of course, Orphis Scorpio.
Yep, and you haven't normal summon.
Not normal yet. So that's the key here. We're going to go normal summon Orphis Scorpio, go for its effect here. We're going to pitch, this is kind of funny, the other Albaz I have in hand.
You could have Branded Fusioned from hand. That's funny.
It's just polymerization. So we're going to special summon the Predaplant Darling Tonia Cobra, which allows me to get poly or any spell card that mentions like fusion. Or sorry, you can add polymerization spell card or fusion spell card. So we are going to go grab instant fusion.
Yeah.
So we're going to activate instant fusion and take 1,000 here.
What are you making, Kitkalos?
Right. No, we're going to make Kitkalos at home. Predaplant Ambulo Melides.
Wow, that was good, dude.
I tried my best. Let's go Ambulo here, and And we'll add one of the craziest cards in Predaplant, Predaplanning.
Yeah, you want to run through this card for me real quick?
Predaplanning is you can send a Predaplant from deck to grave, which pluses you. And then it places one Predacounter on each face-up monster on the field, so on both sides of the board. And of course, it has the Predacounter effect that makes them level 1. And then, if you fusion summon a dark monster while this card is in the grave, you can banish it and then target a card on the field and destroy it.
Cool.
Now, this card is a custom card, so we'll go for its second effect. Tribute Scorpio here to special summon Predaplant Clammy. That's what I call him.
This is super poly at home to match with Kit Kalos.
Right? So,
anyone still call this guy Sundu Kigai from Edo Pro days? I still think of him as Sundu Kigai.
Was that the original name?
Imagine being someone who works for Yugi Organization and your job is to translate from Japanese the Predaplant names. They were just throwing shit at the wall. I think they actually got Darling Tonia Cobra, but everything else was a fucking huge leap different.
Every name makes my head hurt. So let's go Clammy, and I've minimized each name in my head. So it's like Cobra, Clammy, Ambulo, both of these nuts, Scorpio, and Bylus. So we'll go for Clammy, and then we'll fuse. It has to use itself. So we're going to use Clammy, and we're going to use Ambulo to make, of course, the deck staple, Dragostapelia.
Okay, this is kind of sick.
Yeah, and I guess I'll use the EMZ because it's funny. And yeah, that's it. So we're going to set 1. Going to set 2. I could go for Mirror Jade here to like banish the Scorpio or something. There is a card I could get, but I think this is like fine. I'm just going to pass here.
Okay, wow. This is a really impressive branded board.
Please, if you drop like something crazy to me.
Oh, I'm going to drop up something crazy. So I think you've probably sniffed out why I'm playing the Ben 10 sleeves. It's because I am, of course, playing Ben 10-Yi, baby!
Oh.
We're going to link off the Ashana for Monk. We are going to special a Vishuddha from our hand.
Ah, okay. That is interesting. Vishuddha Ashana, huh?
Yeah.
This must be nice.
We are going to go Vessel here.
Ooh. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go for Mirror Jade here.
Sure. No response to this.
So let me send Albion.
Yep. And then who would you like to banish?
We'll banish the monk here.
I figured that would be a little too tasty for you to give up.
Yeah, it's just too much plus that I can like just
So I'm gonna send Mare to grave.
Oh, interesting. Wow, we're on Mare. That's horrifying.
We're gonna send the Ashutta to the grave for a monk. We're gonna Vishuddha here.
Sure. What's your target?
I don't know. Who knows, Let's go for Dragostapelia.
Sure. We'll chain Dragostapelia and put a Predacounter on the monk.
So it doesn't change my monster's level, and it doesn't negate its effects.
I know.
All right, okay, that's fine.
I know.
I know.
Listen, Predacounters are how you do things.
I know. Let's go Ashana here. We're going to grab, usually I would grab Adhara here, but I think we probably have to do something else.
Yeah, unless you're running 3 monk, which you could be.
I'm pretty sure I've gotten rid of most of your interruption, but I guess we'll find out. We'll grab Adhara. Anything here?
Nope, all good.
All right, we'll send these off for the 3rd monk.
We are on the 3rd monk. Yep, okay.
I am. And then I will Adhara to grab Vishuddha back to hand. All right, these 2 to the grave. Let's go make a shaman.
It's all monks.
That is all monks, yeah.
That's crazy.
We'll go shaman effect. I'm going to pitch the Vishuddha. We are going to summon back the Mare.
Yep.
We'll go the effect.
Just 1 sec on summon. Let me think. You can't afford Moyes.
Thinking if I'm playing 10-Yi or maybe a better version of 10-Yi.
Well, I mean, there's no reason you can't fit Taya, right? That's just crazy, and it's very cheap, and it synergizes way too well with the 10-Yis and Baxias and stuff.
Right.
You still haven't normaled, I don't believe.
I have not.
I guess you can make pretty much anything. You just can't activate their effects unless it's a 10-Yi guy. I think that's fine. Mare's fine.
All right, we're going to use its effect 3 times.
Sure.
Then they're all going to the graveyard, baby. Time to make 10-Yi Spirit Sasahara.
Oh. Interesting. Okay.
I'm going to activate Sasahara's effect targeting Mirror Jade. And It's a big ass bumbler of a token. Damn dog. I thought I really had one over on you, but I'm just trying to think here. I'm gonna go combat. I'll go token into Cobra. I will trigger the effect of Shaman of the Tenyi. I'll target this.
Sure. That's fine. It's red reboot.
Oh my god. Okay.
I don't know how good that would be unless you just like hard drew. Unless you're playing Blackout, which I don't know. I guess you could play.
You did sniff it out, buddy. It's Taya.
Aha! I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yes. All right, we will activate Taya, Vanishing Monk.
Holy moly! Wow.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Okay. Whoa. My God. Wait a minute. So now I can only synchro summon
a 2-star.
That is really not good. This is a 2. This is a. You have to pay the cost. Don't forget to send a Predaplant from your deck to the graveyard.
Yeah, let me go send a Predaplant to the grave. Now, let me trigger Byleth Pier, and we're going to activate its effect and go grab another Orphis Scorpio.
All right, so this token is a level 1. You know what's legitimately comedy is that I have an out.
That's so funny.
By sending a Shudder to the grave, I'll summon Sword Soul. Long one.
Oh my god.
Let's sync these two off for Yazi. And I really don't want to pop your fucking Mirror Jade, though. That seems really bad.
You can't pop Mirror Jade.
Why?
Read Shaman.
Yeah. Now read Yazi. Oh, he's not a Tenyi!
He's not a fucking... Yeah, read it again. You don't think I play this deck?
Oh, I'm so stupid.
It's like, what is the idea here?
All right, looks like this is all I'm able to do here, so back to you.
Let's go for Orphis Scorpio. Pitch this other one we drew. Let's read some of these. We'll special summon Cobra again. Activate the effect. I mean, I think this is just too good. Go get Branded Fusion.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so let's we can actually activate Bufo here on the pendulum scale if DB would allow me. There we go.
Bufo these nuts.
Bufo! Alright. What if I just crash with the token and then like pass and then Mirror Jade effect just pop the whole board?
No, yeah, you could theoretically do that, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go for Bufo.
Yep.
Use these off. Let's make another Ambulo. Let's grab Predaprime Fusion.
What the fuck is that? Hover that shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm going to tribute one of your monsters.
And unfortunately that targets, so it's got to be the token here. I'm going to Shane Sasahara, targeting Mirror Jade. New token. Prime token gone.
Nice. So I can special summon a Predaplant. Let's go for Clammy. We'll go for Clammy, and then we'll use this and Ambulo. As much as I want to use one of your guys, I can't. So we're just going to make another Dragostapelia. Let's go combat. We'll go Mirror Jade into Sahasrara.
So you have to attack the token.
We'll crash.
Okay. Well, there they go. I'll trigger the Shaman effect here.
It gets negated.
Oh, it does. What? Yes, it does. That's sick.
Yeah, it's pretty great. All right, main 2, we'll just set an inconspicuous card, and I will pass turn and allow Mirror Jade to resolve.
Okay, so we lose everyone here. It does trigger Yazi's effect.
It does trigger Yazi.
We'll grab Sword Soul of Taya. Taya effect.
Oh. I mean, of course.
Normal Mapuda. Okay, we're gonna link these two off. For Landfo Linkus. we gotta do what we gotta do here.
I guess you gotta do what you gotta do, yeah.
Let's go Adhara. Let's go Vishuddha here. I'll just target the Dragostapelia. Go Adhara. We will summon Ashana. Sorry, the opposite. Oh, jeez. I mean, you're gonna pee your pants when you see this one, buddy.
Yeah, right. What now?
Berserker of the Tenyi.
It's pretty good. It's just a 3K guy.
Adhara effect. We are going to grab Ashana. we'll just keep this guy right here.
I mean, it's not bad. I'm kind of top decking here.
Back to you.
All right. Oh my god, that does it, actually. Wow. Let's go for Keeper of Dragon Magic.
Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll go for the effect. I just have Branded Fusion. So we'll just go get, like deck thinning. Just get another one.
Yeah.
So we'll go for Keeper. We'll reveal the Mirror Jade.
Oh, fuck. Alright.
Mention Fallen of Albaz. We'll special summon it. Go for Branded Fusion.
Yep.
So now we're going to send the Albaz. So let's send the Snow.
Oh god, you have Snow.
Yep.
Snow's in this deck. Oh,
Snow is
okay.
in this deck.
Yeah.
So we'll go for Albion here, and we'll go for the effect.
Yeah.
Banish Predaplant and below Albaz. And we'll make Mirror Jade.
Yeah, there he is.
Let's go for Mirror Jade.
No response here.
The last target. Alright, we'll go for Mirror Jade. Keeper. Albion.
1800, 2800, 2500. Puts me deliciously in range of Snow.
And that is true. So let's do
You
that
have
shit.
got it.
Let's
Yeah,
do it. Oh my god, what a
guacamole.
stinker. Oh my god. All right. Watch out for my stupid plans.
That was pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
That was a good game. Holy fuck. All right, game 2. You made me go first. Why? Stand by main.
I invite you to guess.
Oh god, you've like teched out a bunch of stuff, I guess. I'm gonna see like 3 kaijus on board. All right, let's activate Bufo. This is an awkward line.
Bufo these nuts, yeah.
Yeah, we'll go for Bufo here. We'll send the Cobra and the Bufo.
It's the classic Predaplant experience.
It's awesome. All right.
Yeah.
So let's go Ambulo. Let's go grab Predaplanning. Let's go for Keeper of Dragon Magic here. Discard Albaz here and grab ourselves, I believe, Branded Fusion.
Sure.
I believe we can go for Ambulo here. Tribute this. Special summon Clam.
It's kind of neat.
And now we can go for Clam. Use these off to make Dragon Stapelia. So let's go Branded Fusion, Albaz, and the infamous Snow. And we'll special summon Albion.
Yep.
Go for Albion. So let's banish the Predaplant and the Fallen of Albaz and make Mirror Jade.
Okay.
And then we'll set, and it's back to you, Buckaroo. All right, show me something crazy.
All right, here's the shut up. How's that for you?
I hate him. You're just making me do this now, huh? Yeah, let's do it.
Will you pay cost, please?
Yeah. Let's send the
Just such a rough day to be you.
Oh
my goodness.
Oh my god.
We'll take Taya here.
Yeah.
Woo! So at resolution, unfortunately,
Yeah,
as much as
yeah.
I want you to have to banish one of your own cards, Heavenly Dragon Circle remains on field until the chain is done resolving, so you can just banish that.
Read Mirror Jade.
Monster. Oh, I played this deck. I got my invite with this deck. God damn it.
I'm glad I kept the Albion. It wasn't really doing much, so.
Yeah, you shouldn't have said shit.
What? Just cheat? You're like, yeah, dude, you
shut
should
up.
have cheated. Thank you. Let's go for Snow here.
Sure.
We'll book it.
That's kind of crusty. Let's go pot.
Well, that's pretty good. Yeah.
That was actually a -9. Holy fuck. That was incredible. Having this asshole on my side of the field is such a problem. Let's go Vessel. We're going to send Maputa. I'm going to normal Sword Soul of Taya, and I'll activate the effect.
Sure, we'll Dragon Stapelia.
Okay. Wow, that was a well-timed snow.
Unfortunately, I've been snowed myself on this deck, and oh god, is that the worst. Let's see, the Ashna's at 26, so we'll just do Sword Taiyan. Go Dragostapelia.
Okay, sure. Yep.
And then we'll go 3k. All right, back to you, Buckaroo.
I'm looking for one specific card. That is it. I will special Adhara.
Oh, okay.
Anything here?
Anything here? Adhara's fine.
Monk! Anything here?
Sure, we will mirror Jade. Do you have the other one?
Arrogant fool. I activate Fists of the Unrivaled Tenyi!
Okay, that's pretty good.
Thank the fucking Lord. All right,
That's
you know what's
pretty
really funny
good.
is that it does not destroy Mirror Jade. It negates the activation.
Oh, so I still have Mirror Jade.
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks.
Yes. What am I doing? I guess I probably have to use the Vishutta on the Mirror Jade now, but that's PP bad. Taya target their effect will banish Taya.
Sure, we'll go Dragostapelia. Did I do Dragostapelia? No, right?
You have not, no. We will Vishutta. We'll bounce the Mirror Jade.
Yep.
Let's Ashana. Let's get Sithana.
Sure.
Let's go Adhara. Get the Ashana. All right, we have not summoned Ashana this turn.
Good luck summoning him.
Shut up. Okay. Sithana and Monk away for Shaman. Shaman, hitch Mare Mare, summon Mare Mare.
And I will flip Predaplanning.
Yes. The effect of Dragostapelia is continuous.
Correct.
Oh, that doesn't even matter.
Right.
What matters is that Mare Mare can't reduce its level.
Yes.
I'm getting so outplayed here. Pay the fucking cost on Predaplanning.
Yes, I will.
The only way to do it, unfortunately.
Draco Berserker!
No, that's 4. We're making Sasahara.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Let's go Sasahara, target Dragostapelia. It's a 27 battle. Not thrilled with it.
All right, 300.
And then you take, what, 850 here? That is, unfortunately, I believe that is the end of my turn.
Let's go.
We're living. We're alive.
You are alive. You are alive. Okay. Let's see if I can clean this up. Oops.
Why are you playing board wipes in this? God damn it, dude!
Oh my god, GG's.
Yo,
oh
GG,
my god.
GG's. Man, I was so excited. I'm like, yeah, I'm playing Sword Soul. I can't afford Moye, but I get to flex the really cool Tenyi part of the deck. Sasahara is such a really well-constructed boss. You're like, yeah, I'm just going to play Predaplan.
Yeah.
I'm playing Predaplan. Last format, you know.
I have a mass negate. I don't know what to
Oh
tell
my
you.
god!
Oh,
Fuck.
man.
Like the last one of these, walked into this episode like, yup, there's no way Danny wins. He would have to have found kaijus to out the Sasahara. He would have to be prepared for the Sword Soul line. I didn't even get to summon. I've got fucking Chi-Shao in here. I splurged on Evil Longwan. Like, all the guys are here.
I thought you were going to make Chi-Shao pass, and I was like, fuck, I can't beat that, because...
I got the little Tenyis in my eyes, buddy. I was like, I could make Chi-Shao pass. Very good. Probably the play. Or...
Oh, you have Evil too! Oh my god! This card's crazy! You just banished my Predaplan, I lose!
that first turn where I went for the silly combo with the Tenyis, if I had just stayed true to my roots and made the stupid fucking Sword Soul guys, I had, from the get, Chi Evil Long One, and I was like, no,
Yeah.
that's nothing. You could make Sasahara and the rest of them, and just walked head first into fucking Predaplant bullshit.
You would have been highly rewarded because I boarded into like, you know, a bunch of board clears, and it's just like, if I drew them turn 1, it would have sucked.
I gotta say, I definitely think probably the best card in the $20 format, the $10 format, and the $15 format, and the $25 format is exactly Branded Fusion.
It's crazy.
This is the cheapest deck that gets to use Branded Fusion to send Snow to the grave.
$20 to send Snow. Snow is so crazy.
I like the only thing that beats Branded Fusion is just the fact that people play Ash Blossom, and nowadays the fact that people play like Carrot, right?
Yes, like a spell trap in a game.
In any scenario where you don't have access to that shit, you are fucked.
Excited for the next one.
We are actually dangerously close to having this series tied up. I don't know how I feel about that.
Wow. I'm just glad I could make it tied because there are series where you are the clear decimator. And I was
you could just
like,
say Master Roulette. Buddy.
Yeah. I'm not gonna put my man Dezeep on blast, but I'm all for Doug. I hope he wins one.
Oh man, sick deck, dude.
Right back at you.
Actually, I lost this one when I loaded in with Sword Soul versus Danny. That was literally like he was just playing both sides of the table.
It's true. It's true.
Countless champions have been crowned throughout the history of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! But what about the underdogs, the dark horses, the decks that upon first glance make you question everything you thought you knew about the game? In this series, both MBT and myself will be showcasing some of Yu-Gi-Oh!'s wackiest unsung heroes. Each episode will feature new decks, new strategies, and the results will be unpredictable. You've seen the history of Yu-Gi-Oh!, but this is the history of Jank. If you want 5% off any singles or sealed product, click the affiliate links in the description and use code CMO5. And clicking the TCG Player affiliate link before you shop helps support us to provide you with more amazing content.
I advise you to read this deck from left to right like a book. It'll begin by making perfect sense, and then, when you see the double-barreled, single-chambered Infernity, it all goes downhill. Would it surprise you to know that this card, Infernity Randomizer, was for a short time the focus of a deck that many duelists thought would be meta-viable? At YCS Anaheim in April of 2011, a contingent of Southern Californian duelists, including pro Ed Acception, brought Infernity Randomizer Control to an event. This was in the middle of a format dominated by, I don't know, 6 Samurai, Gravekeeper, Dragoonity, and X-Saber, and for some reason people thought they would have the time to resolve this card a ton. Now, Infernity Randomizer is a very interesting card, and I'm glad we do get to show it off in the history of Jank, because it does something that almost no other card does. It generates you value every turn. This card, once per turn, while you have no cards in your hand, allows you to draw a card. If it's a monster card, you get to burn your opponent for a little bit of damage. If it's a spell or a trap, you burn yourself just a tad, but it doesn't really matter because the value of the additional card is really, really powerful. Drawing 2 cards a turn is what any control deck would want. I mean, just look how powerful Spellbook was with that effect specifically in their field spell. But Randomizer is no grand Spellbook tower. For one, it only works if you have no cards in your hand. So if you've got multiple randomizers, you've got to be able to set or summon every card you draw if you want to continue to activate their effects. Secondly, it puts absolutely no pressure on the opponent. It's got 900 attack. Even if you clear your opponent's entire field every turn, you're going to have to get in with something, and that's where the remainder of the Infernity archetype comes in. Just like other successful Infernity decks around this period, we're playing Lawn Chair, Archfiend, the Necromancer, and unfortunately the Avenger as well. Finally, Infernity Randomizer has one huge weakness. If your opponent refuses to commit to plays, knowing that you won't be able to kill them in one singular turn unless you draw extremely well, your back row can get very clogged. If that happens, they can just pass until they find a blowout spell or trap that will brick enough of your back row that they can push through and make a game-winning play. In practice, this deck almost completely cratered. Mostly it was good against impatient duelists who refused to edit a single portion of their game plan with respect to their opponent's strategy. But realistically, if you were facing a duelist that bad, you were probably winning anyway. So with that, let's get into the card by card. We've got 2 copies of Infernity Archfiend, 1 Avenger, and 1 Necromancer, the least amount of normal Infernities we can probably play. We're on 3 copies of Infernity Randomizer. This is different than the rest of the Infernities in a couple of very notable ways. Of course, it does care about having cards in hand, but additionally, it is a warrior, not a fiend, which comes up quite frequently. We've got 1 copy of Mystic Tomato, which can get into either your Infernity Randomizer or your Necromancer in some weird situations. And we've got 1 Snipe Hunter. This card really unlocks the strategy, but unfortunately, you've only got the 1 of it. You can discard cards from your hand that you draw off Infernity Randomizer, and because this isn't a once per turn, you could like normal Randomizer, Snipe Hunter, Randomizer again if you have an additional copy already on field, Snipe again, and then do some tricks to get them off and then back onto the field, something like a Lawn Chair, to get enough Snipe Hunter procs to clear your opponent's board. That's a bit of a pipe dream, admittedly. We've got 1 copy of Book of Moon, 1 Dark Hole, 1 Infernity Launcher, 1 Monster Reborn, double Mystical Space Typhoon, 3 Offerings to the Doomed. Because this deck draws so many cards, you get to make use of some really powerful spell and trap cards that brick your own draw phases. Things like Offerings to the Doomed and Reckless Greed are fantastic because they ensure you won't get clogged and instead will be able to Infernity Randomizer ad infinitum. We've got 3 Pot of Duality, 1 Reinforcement of the Army, double Bottomless Trap Hole, double Compulsory Evacuation Device, double Dimensional Prison, 3 Infernity Barrier, 1 Mirror Force, double Reckless Greed, double Reinforced Truth, a Solemn Judgment, 2 Solemn Warning, and 2 Transmigration Prophecy. Now you'll note that with the exception of the Compulsory Evacuation Device, none of these cards can just be straight up activated at any time. I guess technically the Reinforced Truth could if you still have randomizers in deck, and the Reckless Greeds can, but they turn off your randomizers, which means that almost every card is chainable. If your opponent plays around your conditional trap cards, they can lock you, which sucks. In the extra, we've got a copy of Catastor, a Black Rose Dragon, a Bryonic, a Chaos King Archfiend, a Dark End Dragon, a Flamvel, a Formula Synchron, double 100 Eyes Dragon, an Infernity Doom Dragon, a Mistworm, a Scrap Dragon, a Stardust, a Trish, and a number 39 Utopian. Now, truthfully, we had to guess about the extra deck because the original one wasn't published as part of the profile, but I think we've come up with a pretty good approximation of cards that we are admittedly never going to summon. So let's see if this goofy gun can net us a win.
You know what I love the most about the history of jank? Jank is such a subjective term, right? I mean, you have playable jank, which is what Joseph and I are going to be playing today. Both of these decks were played by competent players and actually did see play at the YCS level. And then you have just the bottom of the barrel bullshit that should not see the light of existence and should be shot behind the barn. And that's usually what we play, but today we decided to switch things up to play 2 decks that probably have no right to be seeing any play anyway, but I'm very happy to be playing this one because this is paying homage to one of the granddaddies of YugiTube, Mr. Dub K Dad himself. So this is Karakuri Machina Plants. You can guess it was not too difficult for Joseph to convince me to play another Karakuri deck. So what are we trying to do here? Well, we have the typical Karakuri shenanigans, but when a format with Karakuri is trying to play as many Karakuri cards as possible, or you're trying to mix it with other engines like E-Telly and the like to combo off as much as you can, why would you do that when you can mix it with other good stuff machines like Machina Fortress and Gearframe and throw in the plant engine for a bit of additional synchro capability as well? So this is KMP, and in all fairness, this actually looks like something that could probably top around this time. It actually might have. Honestly, it was really difficult to find any sort of documentation on this deck because the only source we had was a written article in the Konami blog coverage, and they were so nice enough to not only provide us the main deck, but that's it. They did not provide us a side deck, and they did not provide us an extra deck. I had to read through the entire article just to figure out what cards were in the extra deck, and the rest I filled with stuff that may or may not come up. So this isn't accurate, take that for what it's worth, but I'm sort of excited to see how this works, because as you all know, as we've been playing through History of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Jank, I've actually developed a fond love for Karakuri, so I'm curious to be able to play this one to see how it plays out. So to kick things off, we have some of our plants. We have Dandelion and Glowopal. We have 2 Valor. Valor's nice because it's also a tuner. Gores is in here as well because it's a powerhouse during the format. Then we have the Karakuris, we have the Kuiks, we have the Nisamus, we have the Nishipachis, we have the Saizons, and then we get to more plants such as Lone Fire and Spore. And then we get to the machines, Machina Fortress, Gear Frame, as well as Quillbolt Hedgehog. These are some of the innovations of the deck that actually give the deck a much higher like grind game compared to some of the other combo decks, because remember, at its core, Katakuri was sort of like a combo control oriented deck. And so when you play like these big finishers that can just actually be a nice follow-up in case your plays get interrupted, like Machina Fortress, Gear Frame, which can search the fortress, and then Quillbolt Hedgehog, which is fascinating because this gives you an additional extender as well. There's a lot of neat things that you can do with these cards in the deck. For instance, you can pitch cards to the graveyard like the plants for Machina Fortress, which then give you follow-up plays in case the fortress gets outed, so that way you can start going into your synchro plays a lot more easily without taking advantage of cards like Emergency Teleport, which is, again, just a deck building decision for what it's worth. But I think there's some sound logic here because you have a lot of synergies within the deck, because you can also use the machines for non-tuner requirements for stuff like Burde and Bordedo. Then for the spells, we have Book of Moon, Dark Hole, Foolish Burial, Giant Trunade, Limiter Removal, Monster Reborn, Double MST, 1-for-1 Pot of Avarice, and 1 Pot of Duality. And then for the traps, Mirror Force, Royal Oppression, Judgment, Double Warning, and Double Trap Stun. I love Trap Stun in this deck because you don't really need your traps, and if you want to just make one big push and ensure that everything's going to go through, that's why you can take advantage of this card. The side deck, there should be one, but I don't know where it is because I looked all over the internet and couldn't find it. And the extra deck, most of this is accurate. I would say there's like 3-4 cards in here that probably aren't correct, but I did my best to fill in the gaps. So we have Allied Justice Catastrophe, Black Rose Dragon, Formula Sangon, Double Beret, Triple Beredo, Inaturia, Barkion, Beast, and Landois, Scrap Dragon, Stardust Dragon, Hyper Librarian, as well as Trishula, Dragon of the Ice Barrier. So I think this is competent enough to deal with Infernity, which Joseph seems to have developed a fondness for as well, but we'll have to see. I feel like there could be an issue where if you don't draw like both halves of the deck, then the deck might sort of fall apart, but we'll have to see. I mean, anything's possible. It is History of Jank. So ladies and gentlemen, let's not make you wait any longer. It's time to duel. Well, Joseph, at least we have playable decks for this week's round of History of Jank. I'm playing a janky version of Karakuri. You're playing a janky version of Infernity, so this one should be, you know, at least decent, right?
Man, I love History of Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes we show up with, like, Slifer Ninja Turbo, and sometimes we show up with decks that were almost playable, but just under the necessary power level to compete. Really a moose-boosh of ridiculous stuff that we can jam. I'm happy we're playing something competent for once.
Don't tempt the audience with Slifer Ninja, because that's what's going to be forced for us to be played next week, if the comments would like. But in any case, I think the jankiest part about us playing these decks is that, guess what? We couldn't find side decks, nor could we find extra decks for either of the decks that we're playing, even though both decks had featured written articles on the Konami blog. Isn't that great?
Yeah, we
Isn't
found
that
these from
journalism?
We found it from old coverage of it's Ediception and Dub K Dad, right? Are the two that are featured? And for some reason, these two immensely popular and storied players, they never sat down and were like, oh wait, are you playing any cards in the extra? So we had to kind of guess a little bit.
Yeah, and hopefully we did our best, but obviously we'll get scrutinized for in the comments. Like always, let's go ahead and shout the patron. It's King Organizer G1. Thank you for the support, buddy. You got the hand up?
Yes.
I'm feeling even.
It's even. I picked 4.
Woo!
I don't know why I picked 4. It has something to do with rank 4s.
That's what actually rolled on the die, as a matter of fact. So it must have known that's what you were holding up. All right, I get to go first. So we can just go to game 2 then, right?
No. I'm confident your deck is not good enough to do that.
Oh, I get to draw for turn, don't I? Ooh, okay. Let me go ahead and think here if my deck is competent enough to do that. Best of luck, buddy.
You too.
So main phase 1, I'm going to start by opening with a special summoning of Machina Fortress, pitching itself and a copy of Nishipachi. Then we're going to fire off Foolish Burial.
Gotcha.
We're going to dump Glow-Up Bulb.
Yep, that is 8. That's 8 stars.
That is 8. Let's declare the bulb. Let's go ahead and mill the top card and see what we're going to get here after we special out the bulb. Okay, that doesn't really matter all that much.
much. Held my breath just
But
a little bit.
We do get to sync these up for a copy of Burrito.
Yep.
We'll trigger Burrito. We're going to grab ourselves a copy of Saizon. Then we're going to normal summon Nisamu, because we've not normal summoned yet. And guess what? We get to make 8 again. Isn't that great?
Why do I keep
So
giving
let's make
you this
another
deck?
Burrito.
I really should not.
We're going to go ahead and bring out the Strategist.
Yeah.
Declare the effect of the Strategist to switch it to defense and declare both Burritos and draw 2.
Yeah, go off, King.
Yeah, it seems fine, right? And then we're going to Avarice.
Mm-hmm. You've got 5 in here. Oh, good.
I do have exactly 5.
That's excellent. I'm really happy to hear that.
This is going well. This is going well. All right. I don't even know if this is correct, but we'll see. So we'll shuffle up, draw 2, see if I can extend any further. I don't think so. I think you have lucked out, and there is not much else I can do.
It's staring
so
down 228. You've lucked out. Yeah, you've lucked out.
Yeah, I convented on Naturia Beast too, buddy. You should be happy that it's not worse.
I am happy because I do need this pot of duality to resolve.
That will resolve. I have no response.
I was kind of hoping for something just a little bit better there.
I was gonna say that is not ideal.
We are going to grab Reckless Greed.
Okay.
We're gonna MST targeting this one.
You fool! It is my MST.
You know what they say. Good luck. That's what they say. Good luck.
All right. Anything in standby?
Yeah, I'm gonna Reckless Greed.
That is fine.
Just trying to get a Veiler here. Okay.
We should double Reckless. That's pretty good. All right. Proceed to main 1, fine?
All good.
I will move Nishi
Yeah, dog,
to
just
attack.
fucking pot of greed again. Who cares? Yeah.
It's great, right? It's totally fair. All right, this is going well. This is going well. Okay, you still have 3 back row, though, which does concern me. I do have to deal with that. I'm going to normal Dandelion.
That's as bad as it gets. Yeah.
We're going to sync for Barkion.
All right, I have to Solemn Warning this.
Okay, that makes sense. So you'll take 2k. It's perfectly fine.
And
then,
unfortunately, Dandelion still triggers. It's not one of those cards that says, like, if it's used for a Synchro Summon, that would be kind of nice.
Yeah, it would be, but we do still get the tokens. I don't know if I'm doing much with the tokens, but it's at least a nice consolation prize for having them. That was my normal 56, so I'm 400 shy of lethal. I'll try it. I'll pitch Saizon for another fortress.
I'm gonna bottomless here.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, I mean we're not dead.
You're not dead. You survived the onslaught. We'll try for 56.
I'll deprison one of them.
So all of your back row did save you.
Okay, we're chilling. We're chilling.
We're chilling. You don't get any draws because you double reckless. So these
I don't
4
need the
cards
draws,
better be the best 4 cards you've ever drawn.
All right, Rhoda.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's only one target in the deck, dog.
How is this a warrior? Are you fucking with me?
Okay, so can we real quick talk about Infernity Randomizer?
Sure, go ahead and talk about Infernity Randomizer.
This card's sick. There are a lot of cards that do something similar that are good in like Magic the Gathering, so I see why people actually want it. His design is fantastic. It's the front part of the pistol twice. It's just 2 barrels, no trigger. It can once per turn while you have no cards in hand, draw a card and reveal it. And if it's a monster card, you deal damage to your opponent. Real cool news, because it deals damage to your opponent, it causes the when you can trigger of Infernity Archfiend to miss timing. So, you know, why don't we just give this archetype like a cool card that gets to its plays, and you know what, actually, it doesn't actually accomplish anything. We will activate the effect.
I have no response.
Oh, that's great news. Well, we'll take 500 here, unfortunately, because it is a trap dust shoot.
Okay, and I have 2 cards in hand.
All right, I will set 1 card. I don't know, I'll go to battle. Wow.
Sure.
That's my turn. That's the whole turn.
Okay.
You want to put another card in your hand real quick? I'd really appreciate that.
I would prefer not to. And the problem is I have Burrito, so I'm very tempted. Gotta figure out how I want to do this. I don't think I have... No, of course I don't have that, because we don't have what probably should be the correct extra decks here. Okay, we're just gonna run out Machina Gear Frame and declare the effect.
All right, I will Infernity Barrier here. Yeah, that's right, asshole. You didn't think I was playing good cards in this.
I don't know if it's that or if I just don't care that you have Barrier.
We're almost there. We just gotta get rid of Burrito.
Battle.
Yeah.
Can you get rid of Burrito?
I cannot. Hey, what? 19 here?
19.
It's
Yep.
okay. It's cool. The only life point that matters is the last one.
All right, buddy.
All right.
There's been many a times you have drawn cards, but this will not be one of them because you are on turn 2 of Reckless Greed.
All right, we're gonna reinforce truth.
This is a level 2 or lower warrior. I will Solemn Warning.
No, you son of a bitch. All right, well, in that case, I'm fucking dead. I can't believe I almost got there. So close. Oh, Alex, I was so close.
If it makes you feel any better, you were not close. I had judgment in the
No. I
background,
was very
too.
close. I was super
No, you
close.
were not. You were not.
You were fucked. It was
Snowball's
almost
chance
over.
in hell.
All
Never
right,
happened. All right.
duality.
Sure.
Ba ba ba. Ooh.
Okay,
Oh.
those are some good cards.
All right, we'll just shortcut here. I'm gonna get the Rhoda.
Yep.
All right, asshole. Get ready for this. It's randomizer time, baby. And
All right,
you know what's coming next. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We did it.
It is barrier, and I need the fucking back row. Of course, none of it is a normal spell. So back to you.
Excellent. Anything can stand by.
No.
Okay. Main phase 1. I will normal summon. I mean, do I care? How close am I to dead here?
Yeah, I'm gonna OTK you on the crackback,
I'm staring
buddy.
down randomizer. Like, am I really that scared? Not really, actually. I'm gonna set 3.
No, come on.
I'll set 4, actually. Go ahead. You have
Okay,
dust
even
shoot.
better. All right. Stand by main battle.
That's fine. Yeah.
Well, shit. This is not good.
Nice randomizer with a spell and trap in hand. All right, we'll go main 1. Let's go gear frame effect.
I'll barrier here.
That is fine.
You know what's actually really funny is that you have to have no cards in hand to activate.
Oh,
barrier.
actually, that's very funny that you mentioned that. Okay, so then is this effect going to go through?
Yes, it is.
Oh, great. Thank you. We'll get Fortress. I'll just... Okay, you have what, like fucking D-Prison, I guess? I'll try to clear. Book my gear frame? Wow, that's kind of embarrassing. Yeah, okay, sure. Go ahead.
I'm gonna find another monster. Oh my... Ask and ye shall receive, baby. It's time for a second randomizer.
Oh, great. Fantastic.
Combat. Why?
I'm glad that these cards have synergy together. Sure.
I'm gonna compulse one of them.
That's fine.
That is really rough. That sucks. Second main. Let's go 1, 2, and then back to you.
Sure. Stand by.
All good. No, all good, my guy.
Okay, I'm making sure. You would have flipped dust shoot like immediately if you had it. So main 1. Gear frame does not trigger on flip summon. That would be kind of sick if it did. I'm in a flip trap stun.
Uh-oh.
That fine?
Yeah, that's fine.
I will reflip the gear frame. I will summon Glow Up Bulb.
Yep.
I will sync for Naturia Beast.
I see.
22.
Yes.
Second main, I've got another back row. Go ahead.
Stand by me.
Sure.
Offerings. Targeting beast.
Offerings. Okay, I'll chain beast.
Sure. Let's go randomizer. Set 1. Randomizer effect.
That is fine.
It is a spell trap.
Mirror Force.
Let's go Transmigration Prophecy. I'm going to target Gub and randomizer.
Wants to set the Mirror Force. That's fine. So Bulb will go back to my deck. Randomizer go back to yours.
Back to you.
Space the Mirror Force.
We'll barrier.
That's right. You have no cards in hand now. Okay. Well, at least I got you to burn a barrier, I guess. We'll attempt to draw here.
I mean, nothing I could do about that.
Let's go Trap Stun.
Can you fucking stop it? Can you cut it out? Barrier.
We'll go Battle.
I'll Mirror Force here.
Okay. I'll chain Book.
Sure.
And that's it.
I'm gonna reinforce truth.
Oh shit. Yep, that's pretty good.
It's all right. It's not crazy. All right, draw.
That's where you can make the Lyrilusk Xyz and then Zeus me.
Randomizer 1.
Sure.
Ooh, I'll take 5. It's an MST.
Okay.
Randomizer 2. I'll take 5. It's a
Sure, you need to
barrier.
have no cards in hand to use that effect. Are you going to
fine.
set
I'll
the
activate
MST?
the MST.
Okay, it is limit or removal. Congratulations.
God, why are you playing this? Okay, what the fuck am I doing
What
here?
was this?
It's a barrier.
Barrier. The third barrier.
We'll go reckless here.
That is fine.
Oh, thank God. Oh, good lord. What's the defense on this guy?
17.
Awesome. Fucking Archfiend
Oh,
time,
God.
baby.
I was like, don't draw the Archfiend of all
He
things.
doesn't. He literally doesn't do anything.
Woo! Take 9. Take 9. I'm going to bring out Gores.
Yeah,
or you can
Gores!
barrier me.
That's fine, yeah. Alright, back to you.
Fucking 900 attack token. I'll draw. That's kind of fun. Does not. Damn. So I know you have Mirror, which you can't activate. There's still one other card you have. Mirror Force is gone though, so I'm kind of feeling okay about that. I'm gonna go Fortress Pitch Quillbolt.
Jeez Louise. Yep.
Let's go battle. I'm gonna go. I don't know if the order really matters here. I'm gonna go Token into Randomizer.
That's fine.
I'm gonna go Fortress into Randomizer.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll take
Okay, so take 16. And then Gores into Archfiend.
I really hoped you didn't have another guy who contested stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you're already under Reckless anyway, so this works out for you. Sure. Go ahead. Turn 1 on Reckless.
Normal Snipe Hunter.
Got the extra deck.
You know,
I wish I had that limiter now. Main one.
Yep.
Okay, so last card's the third barrier. You're still under one more turn of Reckless, correct?
That's correct.
Problem is I have to clear fucking Utopia. Yeah, I don't think I have a choice. Normal Spore.
Jeez. Yeah.
Resurrect Quillbolt, because I control a tuner.
Yep.
Sink for... Oh, you're just dead. I didn't even realize your life was 27.
I see. Well, you know, it was a close one. It was a close one for sure.
It was close. We can do the game 3. We can
Yeah,
do
yeah,
the game
yeah,
3.
yeah, yeah. Let's do the game 3. How am I supposed to win? I've got the concept down. I'm like, okay, yeah. So I summon Randomizer and then I draw a bunch of cards. How do I win the game? I'm still a little foggy on how that works.
I mean, you did have triple barrier for what it's worth, so I mean, you had that going for you. But,
Yeah, for all the good it did me.
You had no shortage of cards with this deck, I will admit.
Mm-hmm. Just a shortage of life points.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, best of luck, buddy. Maybe if you can at least take one game off of me, this will look better. You've had duality all 3 games. That's pretty nice.
Yeah. Well, Mirror Force gets a lot worse when you know it's coming. So let's just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And
Randomize.
I'm gonna normal Archfiend.
So your back row could have literally
anything. Literally anything.
All right, standby.
Yep. All
Okay,
good.
good. Main one.
Yep.
I will start by firing my own Pot of Duality.
That's fine.
Pretty good.
Trap
Take
stun.
the Trap Stun.
Why is this deck on Trap Stun?
We're playing combo, buddy. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Put this back here. Shuffle up. And then I'm not in any immediate danger, so I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, and throw T.
Randomizer one time. Just one time randomizer. Come on. I'm gonna MST targeting this card.
It is, I guess I'll chain book to Archfiend, because I can.
Okay. Anything here?
Nope.
Whee!
Whee!
Alright, duality.
Sure.
Can I please just get...
That Mirror Force just really wants you to add it to its
have to get the
hand.
goddamn Infernity Barrier. Don't immediately lose to Trap Stun. I can't even go to combat. If you fucking Mirror Force me, I'm done.
Alright, we'll draw.
Yep.
Stand by.
Oh, good.
We'll try it.
Yeah.
Not really feeling too safe. Because you barriered the trap stun. So I'm just gonna pass here.
You fucking fool. You moronic imbecile. MST.
Trap stun again.
That's fine with me. Oh, you know what would actually suck is if I attacked here and you Gorst. That would be really bad for me. And it happened last game. I'm gonna pass.
Okay, sure. I'll draw. I will T set and pass.
Okay, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Stand by me. The game's over. I summoned Infernity Randomizer.
Alright, let's see it, buddy.
Come on. I'll take 5.
Okay, what is it?
It's Mirror Force.
Unbelievable!
All right, let's try it.
It is Spore.
Get in there, my gun.
Yeah, I'll take 9.
All right, second main. Go ahead.
Mirror Force in the back. Main 1. All right, well, I'm starting to see the parts of this deck when they don't come together. I'm just going to pass.
I see you have figured out my strategy has a critical flaw in it, which is I now just have to keep hoping that this is enough.
27. That's fine.
Oh, good. I've got you on the 3-turn clock. Back to you.
I still don't think this actually does anything. Can I live another turn? Let me think. Probably. Yeah, I'll
be
run the
honest
risk.
with you. Yes, you can. Yes, it is not going to be difficult.
Sure, 27.
Go ahead.
Fuck! That's not what I wanted! Shit! Okay, now I actually have to do something, but I don't even know if I can. Okay, I'm going to try for True Nade.
Yeah, no response to this.
Oh, okay. Problem is, I don't think it does me any good.
How could that possibly be true?
If you saw my hand, it would make sense. I'm going to Foolish Burial.
Yeah.
All right, I think the send-off of this is Bulb. We're going to go Lone Fire.
Seems pretty good. This is plant jump scare. I did not know there was this many plants in here.
So, Lone Fire, we're going to, as much as I would like to get the second Lone Fire, I think I need to grab the Dandy. I'm going to Fire Spore, banishing the Lone Fire.
Sure, fuck it. Yeah, go for it.
Spore is 4.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to Sync.
Yep.
This is for 7.
Still with you.
I do not have another 7 I can make, so I think I have to make Black Rose.
I am no longer with you.
I'm not going to fire the effect.
Don't like hearing that.
I'm just going to make the tokens from Dandy. Let's go Bulb effect. We're going to mill 1. We're going to sync Bulb and a token. I'm going to go for Formula.
That's fine.
Formula effect. And that did not get me to where I wanted. Boy, does that fucking suck. Okay, I'm just gonna go to battle. I'm just gonna clear... I don't even think you physically can randomizer, so I'm just gonna clear the fucking Archfiend.
Come on, man!
Second main, I've got 2 back row, and that is it.
Stand by main.
Yep.
Can't randomizer, can I? We'll see how true that is when I normal summon Snipe Hunter!
Oh, fuck.
The hunt begins, Alex. Will you be powerful enough to beat this
Hold
giant?
on!
Hold on, nothing!
I'm thinking.
We got priority back then.
I'm thinking.
Yeah. Oh, are you gonna fucking judgment my guy?
I'm thinking about it.
Oh, you weenus!
My life points are already low enough that this doesn't matter. All right, so if I judgment this, what happens? I probably lose if you snipe me, actually, so yeah, I'm gonna judgment this.
Oh, come on. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, I really needed him. I'm gonna Offerings targeting Black Rose.
I have no response.
I'm gonna book...
This is desperate. To just trigger
we gotta draw a card here, buddy. We gotta draw a good one. Here we go. Ready? Okay, randomizer effect.
Baylor.
Okay, we'll attack the token.
Fuck it, I'll Mirror Force this.
Sure, yeah, whatever. Back to you.
Turns off barrier, I guess. Main 1. Okay, so now your fucking back row's online again. I have used all of my plant tuners.
Correct.
I'm just going to pitch Nishipachi for Fortress.
Wow, it's bottomless time.
Forgot you had that from turn 1 off the duality. Sure. I will normal Lone Fire. Good?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even think I have targets for this now.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure
I do
you
not.
don't. Yes.
So I'm going to sync these and just make fucking Cataster. I don't know.
Sure.
22?
I'll prison here.
Well, that's it for me. Go ahead.
You idiot. There's only one truth in this game, and that's that my deck is superior. And I will now reinforce that truth with you right now.
Sure, that's fine.
All right, we're gonna get randomizer, and a reminder that I do not get my draw phase here because I activated offerings to the Doom.
Offerings,
It's a very
correct.
good card. Next, we will activate randomizer. Huh?
Whiff, please.
Awesome. A really good one.
Okay.
That's maybe
Great.
the best draw remaining in my deck. Wow.
Token gone.
All right. One gun remains. Back to you.
We'll draw. So bad. All set. Go ahead.
I can't beat that. Oh, we draw this time.
You do draw this time. Yes.
Stand by me. Woo! I'm gonna normal summon Infernity Avenger.
Oh, fuck.
I don't think this does anything. Randomizer effect.
Sure.
All right.
What was the draw?
It's Reinforced Truth.
Okay.
I'll take 5 here. Okay, let's go Avenger Randomizer.
Formula.
For Formular Synchron. Okay. I'll set 1. Back to you.
Excellent. Excellent. Great. I'll set 1. Back to you.
Stand by main. Set 1. Randomizer.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'll draw. It's Dust Shoot. I'm never going to hit a monster with this.
Nope, never.
I'm going to activate Transmigration Prophecy. We're going to put back...
I imagine one of your randomizers.
Randomizer. Set 1. Infernity Launcher.
Oh, that's a good card.
Yeah, there's one good card in here. I'm going to try it.
I think I just have to oppression this or I lose.
Oh my... Alex! A single random... Okay, here we go. Okay. It's okay. We got this. Reinforced Truth. Randomizer.
That goes to the grid, yes.
All I have to do is draw any fucking monster. Randomizer effect.
Fine. I don't have anything. Okay. Never
All right,
gonna happen.
No. I'll take 5.
Take your 5.
I can't even run into this. Go ahead.
Draw. Go.
Set 1.
You just have to hit with randomizer.
Randomizer.
You just have to hit with randomizer. That's it.
Compulse your monster.
Sure.
Set 1. Randomizer.
You just have to hit a monster. That's it, buddy.
This is insane. I am losing my mind. I guess... Oh, fuck it. Let's just go to combat. Gun!
Yeah, you got it.
Oh.
There was no shot I was fucking winning that game 3. Oh my god. All right.
This is the worst deck ever made. Holy shit. This deck is so bad.
Okay, you said it earlier. Infernity Randomizer on paper seems like a great card, right? It's this card that promises you all this free card advantage
It's
for a pretty low
Owling
rate.
Mine! Yes!
Yeah, essentially. And then the problem is everything it does conflicts with the archetype that the card is in.
I don't
right?
know. I don't know why this is an Infernity card. It's like, yeah. Don't get me wrong. It's an Infernity card, but like, you can't keep Barrier live while you activate the effect. You can't trigger Archfiend if you summon it. It's gonna mess up your launcher. You want to play a critical mass of traps in Infernity anyway, so you can set your whole hand, and this conflicts with that. You end up with 12 traps in rotation, all of which are conditional activations, so you can't just fire them. This sucks. I get it. I get the joke. Like, if you're a control player, you're like, oh my god, I'm drowning in advantage. But this just does not do anything.
At this rate, I mean, just regular Infernity looked way better than this. I do like that we got to show off Randomizer, because I feel like this is just a unique card that we don't really get to see a lot of. Like, this is a cool build-around card that Yu-Gi-Oh! Offers, right? And
he's such a
like I
silly
said,
boy.
like, we just don't often get cards like that. For reasons like this, Yu-Gi-Oh! Does archetype deck building better than individual card deck building, especially as the game progressed. We saw in this game 3, where when you don't open both halves of the deck, it starts to quickly fall apart. I had all the ways to stop your back row. I had a handful of plants, and I also had the Machina Fortress as well, but I had no way to get Fortress on the field, nor did I have any other, like, follow-up machine card to use in addition to that. So, it was rough. I'm sure I probably missed something, but one of the problems was that the Karakuris specifically need to have machine non-tuners, so there wasn't really a way for me to, like, bridge into those specifically. There might have been a way if I would have foolished Quillbolt Hedgehog instead of foolishing Glow-Up Bulb. Maybe I could have made like a beret with the star lines or a Burrito, and then that could have maybe gotten me a little bit more advantage. Yeah, I just had all plants and just like good spell and traps and no access to the Karakuris or the machines whatsoever. And so the deck sort of fell apart, but we got to see in the first 2 games what this deck is capable of and why there was an argument to play it, because oh boy, when this deck went off, it was amazing. I remember reading in the feature match from Dubk Dad, he was saying how if your opening combo is Lone Fire and Fortress, and like just any machine to pitch off of the Fortress, it might even be Quillbolt, like if you have that too. Like your opening board is like double Burrito, Naturia Beast, something else, and you drew like 3 cards or something like that.
In 2012, you know, it's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Which by 2012 standards is just nuts. But
I mean, yeah, it's nuts. It's a crazy combo deck, but I think you are absolutely correct. You know, the only games you lose with this deck are the ones where you fail to find your combo, and that's why more successful builds of Karakuri combo were splashing like Geargias. As Gigant X came out, that became a good way to search machines for future turns. E-Tellies were really good. Yeah, as a way to get tuners onto the field without having to commit to a normal summon for like a Lone Fire. And man, people were just trying to jam the Plant Synchro engine places it didn't belong for years after it was good.
So guys, that's going to wrap it up for another video. I really hope you all enjoyed. Let's go ahead and shout out the patrons for all of their continued support. So shoutouts to Shadow1317, Moto, Tim00x3, Cameron Smith, MBT Play Medolce, Chaotic Meatball Par 2, Pony Stark, Synchro Guy, Dan the Man Hoban, I Ship MBT and Simo, Draconic Rockslide, Phoenix the Immortal, Jordan Coons, Iron Bladesman, Jesse Wood, Chris Hood, David Liu, Dylan Hunter, Cody Bretz, John Two Based, Extremely Vulgar Man, Brody Eastwood, Zerius Business, Carlos DT, Flannel Daddy, MBT caught injecting his fairy lily, Hornet TC Gaming, Valen Jackson, thanks for the sleeves, Dad. Orange, you glad I didn't say Alpha Tribute Ben 10, Matthew Brady, Max, Twinkle Muncher, Eater of Crayons, Lou Bon, Yoda Bon, Helios 515, the anti-Big Brain Ben K OTK play, MBT funding the Irish with his Rothschild wealth, that's his Roth IRA, simping for Simo, Stolfin Amethyst, Nicholas Carpenter, Simo's Harem of Sexy Yugi Tubers, LGM BTQ, Nim Noodle, Malabranch of the Burning Tunnels, Stella and Zoa Vermilion, Wonder Waffle, James Keen, Skull Servant and the Wandering Doomed are boyfriends. MBT cancel by all community soon, cancel by all committee soon, cancel by all players soon. Dalton, not reading cards makes the game interesting and you know it. The Undertaker versus Simo and MBT. Wait, play the concert video one more time. Cayman CJ, Hunter Reed, Shrugs IX, the Crystal Beast Enthusiast, ITF, Dark Echo, Corvain, Jake 177. Countless champions have been crowned throughout the history of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! But what about the underdogs, the dark horses, the decks that upon first glance make you question everything you thought you knew about the game? In this series, both MBT and myself will be showcasing some of Yu-Gi-Oh's wackiest unsung heroes. Each episode will feature new decks, new strategies, and the results will be unpredictable. You've seen the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! But this is the history of Jank. If you want 5% off any singles or sealed product, click the affiliate links in the description and use code SEMO5. And clicking the TCG Player affiliate link before you shop helps support us to provide you with more amazing content.
Folks, you may not know this, but before she was a horribly transfigured floodgate at the hands of the Shadows, Window was a Gusto. Folks, I'd like to show to you one of the biggest what-ifs in Yu-Gi-Oh! History, Gusto. Now, if you're unfamiliar, Gusto is a class of 2 different types of monsters. The first, the Gusto humans, are psychic wind monsters that all have weird effects. Cam can shuffle Gustos back into the deck to draw cards. Kaumi, when flipped, can special a Gusto tuner from your deck. And Window, when destroyed by battle, can summon a Gusto tuner from your deck. And Wind-Winged Beasts, the birds. These, when destroyed by battle or sent from the field to the graveyard, can summon Gusto monsters from your deck as well. These represent one more in a time-honored tradition of printing an endless conga line of assholes. That said, many of the other Endless Conga line of asshole strategies had their day in the sun. Tengu was a top-tier deck. TG won a YCS. So what made Gusto different? Well, a couple of things. Firstly, they didn't have powerful payoffs. Usually, you could use the TGs, because of their advantageous stat line, to make really extremely good synchro monsters. The Gustos are only really adept at making their own synchros, Diagusto Guldos, Eggless, and Sfreeze, and while there are some funny OTKs with Sfreeze, they're not very good in a vacuum. Secondly, the Gustos, Eagle, Guldo, and even Winda can miss timing. If this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon a level 4 or lower non-tuner Gusto monster from your deck. This caused no end of problems.
Frequently, cards like Gusto Guldo would be sent from the field to the graveyard by alternative means other than battle. You would expect they could still trigger, but in reality, any other effect triggering afterwards would prevent them from doing so. As a result, the Endless Conga line was actually pretty easy to interrupt if you knew what you were doing. And as long as you were able to keep your opponent off of their really powerful monsters, that is the generic cards like Black Rose Dragon, Stardust, and Scrap, you were probably fine. We're going to do our best to flex the power of the cards that are Daigusto Goldos, Iglos, and Sfreeze, but realistically, I think we are either going to be making generic synchros or losing. Let's go through the individual cards. We've got Cam's Serenity of Gusto, which can shuffle 2 Gustos from your graveyard into your main deck and draw a card. 3 Eagle, 3 Guldo, 3 Kaumi Hope of Gusto, 2 Winda, 2 Maxi, triple Junk Synchron. We just need more material on field, and this is a great way to get it. Book of Moon, Contact with Gusto, Darkhole, E-Telly, Heavy Storm, Monster Reborn, double MST, double Pot of Duality, a Rhoda, 2 Bottomless Trap Hole, 2 Call of the Haunted, 3 Fiendish Chain, 2 Mirror Force, a Solemn Judgment, a Solemn Warning, and 1 final one as our 41st card. Could not find the side deck, but the extra is Cataster, Black Rose Dragon, Daigusto Falcos, double Guldos, 1 Eggless, 2 Sfreeze, 1 copy of Android, Life Transfer, Nightmare, Scrap Dragon, Stardust, Thought Ruler, Archfiend, again, they are all psychics, and Wind Up Zenmaines. Hoping for the best, but expecting the worst.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end. There's no conceivable way it gets worse than this. Introducing, and thank you commenters for willing this into existence, Ninja Slifer. So if you've never seen this deck before, you're lucky, because this has got to be one of the worst ideas I've ever seen in my life. So the theory here is that Slifer the Sky Dragon takes 3 tributes to summon, right? So, if you take a Ninja Grandmaster Hanzo, which can search a copy of Ninjutsu Art of Duplication, sacrifice said Hanzo, summon a bunch of ninjas from your deck, then sack those ninjas for Slifer the Sky Dragon, that seems pretty cool. You know what the problem is? Slifer the Sky Dragon fucking sucks. This and all the other god cards are just terrible for the reason that, aside from the fact that their normal summon can't be negated, and when they're summoned, cards and effects can't be activated, they have no other protection. That is why when we like to have some sort of boss monster, it either ends the game immediately, or it has protection that it's not going to die to fucking fissure. So, this is the deck we are bringing today. So let's go ahead and do the lovely card by card. First of which, we have our Ninja lineup. I can't believe we're playing cards from LOB. I guess we're playing Monster Reborn though. 3 copies of Armed Ninja and 3 copies of Crimson Ninja. When flipped up, you target a spell card on the field and destroy it, and Crimson Ninja does the same except for traps. You can figure out which one is better here. The neat thing is that with Ninjutsu Art of Duplication, you're able to set these monsters face down, which means you can actually trigger their effects before tributing for your Slifer. So 3 Crimson Ninjas can actually theoretically clear 3 back row, which is pretty sick considering Slifer loses to 1 back row, so the fact that you're maximizing your chances that Slifer lives is pretty damn good. We're also playing a Dark Arm Dragon because we need to have a real boss monster in this deck. We have a Gen X Ally Birdman. I don't know why. Maybe to bounce Hanzo back to hand to like do it again, I guess. Gores is in here, the triple Hanzo, which is maybe the best card we have access to. Sangan, triple Slifer. Why are you playing 3 Slifer? I don't understand. You don't want to see more than 1 of this ever, but we're playing 3 of it. We also have 2 copies of Tour Guide and 2 copies of what is arguably better Slifer the Sky Dragon in Tragodia. You know, Tragodia may not gain 1,000 attack per card in hand like Slifer does, but at least this card can be summoned for free and has 2 relevant effects compared to Slifer. That's... I have no words for this. Next up, we have the spells. We have Dark Hole, Heavy, Monster Reborn, MST, Pot of Duality, Rhoda, and triple Upstart Goblin. Thankfully, we play good cards in this deck. And then we have double Bottomless, double Deep Prison, triple Ninjutsu Art of Duplication. Again, you can search this with Hanzo. I don't know why you need 3 of this card. I know you need it for the combo, but guess what? You can't do the combo unless you have Hanzo. So there's really no point to draw this card beforehand. If we see more than 1 of this card in our hand, it's just going to be a brick. And then we have the Solemn Brigade in Judgment and Double Warning. It should not come as a surprise that this deck does not have a side deck, because this deck should not be able to make it past any games to the point where it needs to sideboard. And the extra deck is a bunch of stuff that we are never going to summon, so honestly, it's probably not even worth mentioning. If we win 1 single game with this deck, I will be shocked. I will be in awe that this deck is capable of winning even a single game, even against a deck that is in History of Jank, that arguably has an equally as low chance of winning. this deck has no right winning anything ever. So at the very least, what I'm aiming to do is at least summon Slifer the Sky Dragon, because this might be the only time I ever get the opportunity to do so. So ladies and gentlemen, let's not make you wait any longer. It's time to duel. Well, Joseph, the comments begged for it, so here we are. We are playing Ninja Slifer. Why? Because for some reason we decided to listen to the comments, which is never a great idea, and you should probably walk with this one in a clean 3-0 fashion.
Oh, come on, man. Hanzo's a great card. There's just some other cards in your deck as well.
I was about to say, I think Hanzo's the only good card I might be playing. Your deck, by comparison, is actually, like, kind of good. Like, the Gusto cards are actually not terrible.
Yeah, so Gustos were in a weird spot. They are an endless conga line of assholes, which is usually pretty good for an archetype. We know how many times TG Stun was playable in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! They have some quirks that make them pretty unplayable, and I hope we'll get to show them off in this episode.
Hopefully they're unplayable enough that I have time to summon the great beast from the sky. All right, buddy, let's go ahead and shout the patron. It is wacky waving, arm flailing, inflatable tube men selling crudely painted, not so funny plywood cutout folk art. That is a very long name. Thank you for the support. Buddy, you got the hands up.
Oh, yeah, I got hands up. I got it.
Odd.
It's odd.
Woo! Any reason?
1, the star on most of your ninjas.
That's correct, yes. You know, your deck probably isn't playing cards from fucking Legend of Blue Eyes. At least I would hope not. Actually, you might be.
Hey, there were a lot of good cards in there. What about Pot of Greed? Oh my god. Wow.
This is a hand. Oh, we get to draw. That's right. Okay.
You do this every time. You look at the hand, you're like, it's terrible. You draw a card and you go, oh, okay, it's playable now.
Slightly. Tour Guide.
You have the best 6th card luck I've ever seen. Tour Guide is fine.
Yeah, that wasn't the 6th. That was the first. We'll go Tour Guide for Tour Guide.
Yeah.
Problem is, I don't know where to go from here. I could make a rank 3. None of the... Oh, we have Zen mains. We're fucking making Zen mains. Okay.
Yeah,
that's
just,
at least
just like checking the extra. Oh, good. Okay.
Zen mains. I wasn't sure if Zen mains was even like.
No,
out
no.
at this point.
We have had several where I do this play and then I go, Leviathan.
Yep. Well, especially because like between History of Yu-Gi-Oh and History of Jank, we're in completely opposite parts of the format, right? So it's just hard to tell sometimes. Great. All right. This is going well. Main 1.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I guess there's no point to do anything besides Zen mains to attack. Try to hit.
All right, it's Kaumi Hope of Gusto, so I'm going to special a Gusto tuner for my deck.
Okay, sounds pretty good.
We are going to grab Gusto Eagle.
Okay. Well, I guess that is it for me then. I will pass the turn.
All right, let's see what we can do here. I'm going to Mystical Space Typhoon your card at end step.
You asshole. Why do you do this?
Woo! Okay, 1 down. Stand by me.
Yep.
I'm going to normal summon Cam, Serenity of Gusto. This card allows me to shuffle Gusto monsters from my graveyard into the main to draw a card, and I ain't doing that shit. Instead, we're just going to synchro summon a copy of Dia Gusto Goldos.
Okay.
This card allows me to shuffle 2 Gustos from my graveyard into the main deck to target a monster you control. Oh, I thought it said shuffle it back into the deck. Why did I make this?
You thought this card was better!
I did. I thought it was good. Oh, God. This is awful. I guess we could Cataster, and it would do the exact same thing.
But you get to keep the Gustos in your graveyard.
That is true. Fuck it.
If you would like to take it back, I will be generous, because you thought it said shuffle, so that's fine.
Yeah. We'll just, I'll just set a card and pass.
It could be anything.
Could literally be anything.
That's fine. I will draw in that case. Stop. Please. What is happening? Okay. All right, fuck it. I'll hit the new one.
It is Kami again!
Hey, let's go!
All right, we are going to grab Gusto Goldo.
The slightly bigger tuner. Second main, I'm going to set 1, 2, and throw it back.
All right, I'm going to normal summon Cam, Serenity of Gusto.
There we go again.
I'm going to activate the effect this time, shuffling both of my Kaumis back.
This is actually quite a good effect.
Yeah, it's not bad. I'll draw here. I'm going to synchro these 2 off for a 7, who go into Dia Gusto Eagles. Now, because my Gusto Goldo was sent to the graveyard, I can special summon a level 2 or lower Gusto monster from my deck, right?
No, because it misses the timing.
That's
Gotta
right.
love old Yu-Gi-Oh.
All right, I'm gonna activate Book of Moon, targeting your Zen mains.
That's lame. Sure.
I will set 2, proceed to end step, and activate the effect of Diagusto Eagles, banishing a Cam to destroy your set monster.
And it is the Zen mains. Congratulations.
Okay, after 15 turns, we've outed the Zen mains.
How did anyone ever think to play this deck? I am just looking at my hand, and it's truly remarkable. I will just pass.
All right, stand by main. We've got a lot of stuff going on here. Yeah, it's rough. I'm actually having a bit of a tough time deciding what exactly I want to do with my turns. There's just too many plays available for me. I'm sure you can relate.
No, I can't.
Okay, we're going to summon Cam again.
Okay, only have 1 engrave this time.
We do only have the 1 engrave. I am going to synchro summon here for a 5. We will make the only 5 we have is Guldos. So I think I'm going to go for just Catastor here. Anything here?
Nope.
All right, we'll just go to combat. I'll go Catastor in.
It is my Crimson Ninja, which will get flipped.
Oh, that actually does something here.
This is 1 card that's relevant. We'll try to hit this one.
That was a really good one, dog.
Okay, all right. Sure.
26 in.
Prison.
Wow, that's painful. Sure. Let's go Call of the Haunted here, targeting Cam.
Sure.
Then we'll get in for 17. Okay, main phase 2, we're going to Cam. I'm going to put...
She is not a on summon. She's just once per turn.
Yeah, we're going to put these 2 back. Shuffle that bad boy up and hopefully draw another warning. That is not what I wanted. Back to you.
The back row, though. All right, duality. Maybe we can do something.
That's a good one. Oh! Oh!
Or not.
There's Slifer! You're halfway there!
Buddy, I've been halfway there. Fuck it, I'll just take the bottomless.
Sure, yeah. I think that's not a bad idea.
Given the contents of my hand, I don't know if I, play anything. Yeah, I probably set the mystery card that could be literally anything. Go ahead.
Stand by main. Battle.
Take 17. I have Trag.
Oh, that's a 24, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, that is something. And it's a dark.
And it's a dark.
Uh-oh. Now we have an issue. Wow, you didn't drop that last turn either. I am going to Fiendish Chain the Trag.
Ugh.
And then I will still try for it.
Okay, that's fine.
A second main, I will set 1. And you do take the 22, I believe.
Yes, because it goes down to 0. Sorry.
And then back to you.
We'll draw. Okay, we have the dude.
There he is. There's the dude. Yep.
Can we try for the effect?
Yeah, effect's fine.
We will get the ninjutsu art of duplication.
There it is.
And then I guess we try to kill Cam.
I'll mirror force here.
Oh, great! I'm glad that fucking went well. This was fun. This was a good time. You know, Joseph, I think I'm starting to understand how this deck works. You play so many bad cards that Slifer inherently just has a massive attack power because you just don't play any of the cards that you have in your hand.
Yeah,
Great theory for a deck, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's actually very bad. But best of luck to you in this game, too.
I'll do my best. In all fairness, I could have played it a little bit better. I misread how a card works, and there's something else I could have done differently. But we'll start with duality. I mean, let's take a look from the start here. Okay, I mean, those are all pretty strong. Let's grab ourselves... Actually, a tough call between Warning and Judgment. Like, they both effectively do the same thing, and I don't think you have, any, major blowout cards. I guess I'll take the Judgment, whatever. Like, if you summon something, they basically do the same thing. Okay, then we will go ahead and Upstart Goblin.
Okay, still with you.
Normal Hanzo.
Okay, this is looking a lot better.
Yeah, it's slightly better, right? I mean, we're getting there. So we'll get the duplication, and then we're going to set 1, 2, 3. And hope that's good enough. Go ahead.
Stand by main.
All good.
We'll go duality here.
Sure.
Warning seems... Oh!
Now you have the tough decision to make.
That Maxie's looking pretty tasty. No, it's Warning. It's Warning.
Yeah, Warning seems pretty good.
I'm like, the Maxie could be anything. It could even be Warning. I only draw the 1 card anyway. Okay, I liked your play so much. I'm going to emulate it. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. But my deck's just a little bit better. We're going to put a 4th one down as well.
Joseph, are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready, baby.
For the duplication!
I'm ready. Let's go.
I will summon 4 ninjas from my deck to equal the level of the level 4 Hanzo. And I will draw for turn.
Whoa. Alex, I'm going to blow your fucking mind. You can set these ninjas so you can destroy my back row.
Are you serious?
Oh,
What?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Face up attack or defense. Okay, in that case, hold on a minute.
Yeah,
Hold on. I gotta do this differently.
Get these LOB commons out of my sight. We're
Yeah,
gonna put
get
some
these
of
fucking
Crimson
shitty
Ninjas
cards.
back.
Give me the Invasion of Chaos upgraded ones. Hold them. Hold the phone. All right. I didn't think they went face down either. That's insane.
It's
All right,
almost
cool.
a
We're doing this
playable
then
card,
instead.
yeah.
Yeah, you're just hyping me up just so you can blow me out when my main phase 1 starts.
You just gotta find the solemn warning, baby.
Is standby good?
Yeah.
Main 1. Well, I have a fucking... Actually, I can guarantee hit it. Armed Ninja target this one.
It's solemn warning.
Excellent. I know which one to hit now. Crimson Ninja, hit that one.
I'm gonna solemn warning here.
Sure. Okay.
Use it or lose
Take
it,
your
buddy.
2. Hit this one.
Okay.
Hit this one.
Also fine.
And Joseph, I need to draw for turn now, because I had not done that. I will sacrifice all 3 ninjas for Slifer the Sky Dragon!
Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay. So when normal summon cards and effects can't be activated. Oh, so any of these fiendish chains would have dealt with it. Epic. And you hit them all.
Yep.
That's great. Awesome.
I almost didn't care about the warning because of Slifer's effect, but it's fine. Okay, so is Slifer good?
Yeah.
Great. Battle just 3k. I mean, you have a floater, so it's not like it's that good.
I have Kami.
Okay.
I'm gonna trigger Kami. We are gonna go get... Wait, no shot. Oh, never mind.
What's wrong, buddy?
That's not how it works. Okay. I was like, what if I summon Freeze and then attack you? Freeze would go to 0. We'll grab Gusto Guldo here.
Well, isn't that funny that you summoned the Galdo because you triggered Slifer's second mouth, you fool!
I'm gonna really let you down here. I've read
It's
Slifer.
in the damage step.
No. Slifer only domes monsters
attack
in
position!
attack
This card's
position.
so bad!
He's terrible! He's awful!
Oh, come on!
He's so
Oh
bad.
my god. Well, 3,000, better beat him.
I don't know really if I can. Okay, standby main. Oh shit. Okay. We're gonna go E-Telly here.
Sure.
We'll grab Kami.
In attack position. Oh, you fucking asshole. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, in attack
Slifer's
position.
greatest weakness, defense mode.
We'll go these two. We'll go for Diagusto Goldos.
So this is the one that you can just straight up destroy Slifer, but it's immune to all effects, Joseph.
That is
What are you
true.
talking
That's
about?
True. That is
I have the warning.
Okay,
so-
all right.
or the judgment, rather.
That's fine. I did not normal summon this turn, so I will set one.
You have not.
Set one, and back to you, buddy.
This is the worst fucking card ever. All right, main 1. I don't want to play anything because I like Slifer having a bajillion attack points. If I don't play anything that's like equally bad. The problem is Slifer just dies to everything. They could have just made it like immune to spell and traps. They couldn't have just given it like the Armades effect or something.
Anything. They gave
Anything
Obelisk
like
that.
like when you see Slifer by comparison, Obelisk, Slifer's a bitch. Just straight up. Fuck it.
It's Fiendish Chain.
God, this is so bad. That means this thing goes down to 0 attack. This is the worst fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card of all time.
It's not great.
It's Trag is better than this thing. Second main in that case. I'm going to Reborn Hanzo.
Yeah.
Trigger Hanzo. Oh wait, Hanzo can't add Hanzo. This is actually garbage then, isn't it?
Well, you could go grab the Spell Destroyer.
I could.
He's crazy.
Damn, I wish I
here.
kept those Crimson Ninjas in my deck
He's
now.
nuts.
So bad. I'm not even gonna fucking search. There's no point. I'll just fucking set another card. Go ahead.
Standby main. Flip summon Kami Hope of Gusto. We're gonna summon a 2. We're gonna get Gusto Guldo.
Sure.
We are going to sync them off, baby. Make
make it.
another Guldos. I'm gonna trigger Guldos here. We're gonna banish 1, 2. We are going to target Slifer the Sky Dragon.
The greatest of all the Egyptian gods has fallen. Yep. Slifer is no more.
Damn, that shit was easy. Okay. All right. I'll just go to battle. We'll try and get in here.
Got D prison.
Sure. That's fine. Second main. That is all I have. Back to you.
We'll draw. Poor Slifer. Never stood a chance. I'll normal Sangan.
That's pretty good.
1,028, or excuse me, 18. So 28 total. Over to you.
Stand by me.
Yep.
Let's MST this back.
I will chain ninjutsu Art of Duplication.
Yeah.
Which actually is bad because it'll die. Never mind. Don't do that.
Let's go Junk Synchron here.
Worst fucking card ever. Yeah, that's fine.
We're gonna grab back Kami.
You just get to do it again.
You know, we don't. I'm not playing that many bad cards. We'll just go Catastrophe here.
I mean, he's still pretty good.
I'm gonna walk into Hanzo.
Take 4.
And then back to you.
Fuck. Go ahead.
Stand by main.
Nope.
I don't really want to give you Sangan, but I do want to end the game, so we will attack it.
Trigger Sangan.
Yep.
I will grab Tour Guide. Draw. I will Heavy Storm.
Oh, that is really rough. Yep.
Okay. Tour Guide.
Yep.
I'm gonna hope that I have something that can clear Catastrophe. Otherwise, this is not good.
Got Zen Mains.
I guess that's true.
Is Zen Mains is protection once per turn?
It is not. It's infinite. It's got to be Zen Mains.
Yep.
No other option. We'll just go battle. I'm just gonna force it here.
Sure. So I'll declare, and then we'll do combat. So you take 7.
And then I detach twice.
Yep.
And then second main, I'll set 1. End phase, Zen Mains, pop Catastrophe.
Not looking great. Not looking
trying.
great.
Space it.
Oh man. I'll take 15.
We're trying.
A monster, please.
Normal Birdman.
Oh my god. It's fucking bottomless. You were whining so much about Slifer, but look how powerful he was. Yeah, I
don't
mean,
know
he
how this
pretty
deck
much
won
won you that
anything.
game. I mean, I would say.
No shot. You know, okay, I will tell you right now, I had another opportunity to make a second Slifer, which was in my hand, but guess what? There wasn't enough ninjas in my deck to summon off of duplication to summon another fucking Slifer.
no,
So you got one shot with this deck.
I wish
and
you had
that's
been
fucking
playing
it.
more ninjas. That's what would have solved the problem.
That was really the problem, you know, from the start. Whoever gave me this deck clearly didn't understand the power of correct deck building. Anyway, this is the most unplayable garbage I've ever seen in my life. I am just going to, I don't even know. I'm just going to fucking set 1 and pass. Go.
All right, I'll draw for turn. Stand by main. Rhoda. Do I even have warriors in here? I got Junk Synchron. That's a guy.
That is a warrior. You think he'd be a machine?
Yeah, you do.
To be fair, Quillbolt Hedgehog looks like a beast, so.
I'm actually just going to set 1 more like this, and I'll pass back.
I'll draw.
Yep.
I will continue to do the same.
Stand by me. Okay. I'm going to summon Goldo.
Yep. This is going to be bad.
I'm going to normal Junk Synchron.
Sure.
Okay, we're going to make Freeze finally. I haven't made Freeze yet.
I do not remember how to play or how to scale Rot
We'll go to combat here.
at all.
I'll deprison this.
Sure. All right, back to you.
I'll set another one. Go ahead.
Stand by me.
Yep.
We'll go Cam here. I'll just try and get over.
Sure, it's Crimson. Let's hit this one.
That is a trap. It is Fiendish Champ.
Okay. You can have 1,000 life points. Go ahead.
Stand by main.
Yep.
We are going to normal summon Goldo.
Okay.
Go these 2 for
big
I
fucker.
think you went into arms to get this.
Second main. I will
Maybe?
set 1 and pass it back to you.
Well, heavy.
That's a nice one. Yep.
Fiendish bottomless. I will set 1 and pass.
Stand by me. We'll normal Cam.
Sure.
We'll go Cam here.
Yep.
Let's go Duality.
Sounds good.
What the hell is this?
Ooh.
Oh, okay. That's like a cool card. Yeah, that's an out to Slifer. I'll take that.
Is that all you're banking on at this rate?
Kinda, yeah. I'll just go to combat and try again.
Take 17. I have Trag.
Yeah. All right, back to you.
I'll draw. Main 1. I guess I'll just clear Cam.
What is this at? 3?
3K.
Sure.
This is just better Slifer. Like, why play Slifer? Just play Trag. Yeah, that's it. Go ahead.
Stand by me. Let's Duality here.
Sure. Pretty good ones. We get to see the OG Winda.
Yeah, there she is. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna get Call here.
Okay. Sure. Pretty good ones. We get to see the OG Winda.
Yeah, there she is. Unfortunately, I think I'm gonna get Call here.
Okay.
Could literally be anything, and then back to you.
Well, I mean, there's no shortage.
I think I'm gonna get.
Aphelios was broken.
What is actually happening? What the is that?
No matter how much Riot nerfed him, it was never enough.
Every single patch has been about Aphelios nerf. He has not gotten a single buff since he got released, and he's still wasting up there.
And for almost a year, he terrorized League of Legends.
Oh yeah, with his Q, marked him up. There's the ultimate. Gonna land a few extras, and that's what happens with Calibrum.
Explain to me what just happened now.
I don't know. I didn't code this champion, but he's busted.
Aphelios. For the last year, this champion has terrorized Pro League of Legends, leaving behind a trail of plays that left everyone watching thinking the same thing. What the hell did I just see?
Oh my god! This is so insane! What the
For most of the 2020 season, Aphelios has been the premier AD carry, with a kit so complicated that guys like Doublelift had to give his team a TED Talk just to explain how he works.
Every time you type in an ability, so this hits 9 times, you get a stack.
His kit was insane. It was super unique, unlike anything that had ever been in League before. He had 5 different guns he could switch between, with different abilities attached to each gun, and his ult changed depending on which gun you had equipped. He didn't level up abilities either. He earned skill points, which he could put into attack speed, attack damage, or armor penetration. Even his UI was completely different from every other champion. Aphelios was the most unique, original champion that League of Legends had ever seen. But as fans read his champion primer, they started to get worried. Over the last couple of years, Riot has made more and more champion designs that scream broken, and make older champion designs look like outdated relics. Between the super tank Ornn who gave his team thousands of gold in stats, or Yumi's super heal, or Zoe picking up 50 flashes a game, players were worried that Aphelios was going to be another broken champion that made them want to uninstall.
The 200 years
Their
of
worst nightmare came true.
200 years of experience, champ.
Just 6 days after he was released, Riot had to hotfix Aphelios, nerfing. Riot had to. Just 6 days.
Waiting for me, Mr. Jin?
Just 6 days after he was released, Riot had to hotfix Aphelios, nerfing both his Calibrum, the sniper rifle that let him mark enemies and hit them from anywhere on the map, and his ultimate, Moonlight Vigil, the one that was letting him one-shot entire teams. Still, some hope that Aphelios wasn't really broken. It was just that people in solo queue didn't know how to deal with him. They figured, surely, that pro players in leagues like the LPL and the LEC would figure him out and reveal all of his flaws. Spoiler, they didn't.
There's the shockwave coming in, but it's Inferno from FBI! On him the whole time, and he's still able to unleash the fire onto Dignitas.
Aphelios took over pro play. Even though he was nerfed, Aphelios could still do it all. He had Caitlyn-style range with Calibrum, lifesteal with Severum, hard CC with Gravitum, monstrous AoE damage with Infernum, and crazy attack speed with Crescendum.
Currently has Caitlyn enabled. Yep, Caitlyn's a pretty cool champ. Kog'Maw switches over to Varus with the purple gun. Back to Caitlyn. Back to Varus. Manages to land a 3-man. Varus ult switches over to Jinx for the AoE damage, and then back over to Varus for the control. Back to Jinx.
Pretty impressive.
I know my champion.
He's just so many champions.
With all these tools, Aphelios created unbelievable moments in pro play. Viewers, casters, and analysts were all left thinking the same thing. 200 years.
I mean, you can even see Fly going in there just as punching back. And then we're all reintroduced to Mr. 200 Years.
Oh my. It's gonna really come down to a Miracle Kiana Ultimate Flawless. Doesn't even probably think he can go for the steal, but he might! Aphelios! How many years?
200 years was a meme that was born on Twitter when a writer ran their mouth a little bit when talking about balancing Wukong. Now, that comment was made on January 8th, just a few weeks after Aphelios was released and was one-shotting entire teams. So Twitch streamer Forest Within created a video about how 200 years of collective professional game design experience created a monster. And when pro play resumed, casters and pundits couldn't stop saying 200 years. The meme stuck, because, kind of ironically, You needed at least 2 centuries of watching Aphelios in action to understand anything this champion was doing.
And Lahens will be the first one to go down, but Mystic grabs that kill as Vista on the back line, but he's now sort of 1 versus 4. Off on the other front, they turn onto the 3. The flash forward. Vista is point blank range with the close range weaponry. And my god, is it difficult to cast Aphelios?
Oh yeah,
with his Q, marked him up. There's the ultimate. Gonna land a few extras, and that's what happens with Calibrum.
Explain to me what just happened now.
He marked them, and then because they're marked, for some reason you can hit them across the other side of the map. I don't know. I didn't code this champion, but he's busted.
Sure, people were just trying to be funny, but release Aphelios had some real clarity issues. For example, it was really difficult to know what gun he had in his main or his offhand and when he was switching those guns. From a viewer and opponent's perspective, it was impossible to understand what was going on.
I want to take this moment to say that I'm the LCK colorcaster, and I will be casting LCK tomorrow. And I have no fucking idea what that champion does. Okay, I've probably played against him about 100 times. I have no fucking clue what I'm looking at. I don't know what's coming next. You just approach him and you're guessing.
To their credit, Riot were not ignoring the problem, but because Aphelios had so many moving parts, he was pretty tricky to balance.
At least in solo queue, this champion doesn't even have a very good win rate, and that's like something that I think makes it more complicated to balance, right? And then the designers basically have to decide, like, okay, do we just like not like what this champion is doing for the game? And if you don't like what the champion is doing for the game, and you think that it's unhealthy or unfun or whatever, you can pretty much just kneecap.
No, that's the only one you do not take. Dang it. I remember what these do. Reflection damage. Damn it. Wasn't there a Fury thing that just made it so you, like, the attacker got damaged when you got melee attacked?
It, and then it's like, okay, well, now no one's gonna play Aphelios.
So instead of just nuking Aphelios in one go, Riot decided to hand him small to medium nerfs patch after patch until they found his happy middle ground. And by the end of spring, that strategy was looking to have worked. But then came summer. Enter Death's Dance.
Well, we'll see whether this fight is going to change anything, as Destiny will bring Fly in there as Spirit with his Ultimate running keeps himself alive, but that Emperor's Divide was absolutely fantastic. It's nothing in comparison to Mystic with his Quadra kill, though. Is it going to be back-to-back pentas against Sandbox in the first game? It is!
In patch 10.6, the item Death's Dance receives a little bit of a rework. It lost 30 damage in exchange for 30 armor and magic resist. This was intended to help out top laners, but as any League fan knows, Riot's balance changes rarely go as intended.
Inex is left alone and will be cut down eventually. Let's see how much damage you can put out.
Just wait till Hansama lands 1Q and it's all over.
Yeah, definitely. Hansama.
Wait!
That's a lot of damage. It's not done yet. I wrote his death warrant, but he's still alive. Inex is looking to get a second. He gets a double kill. The lifesteal, the death starts. What is happening? What? Inex is turning around to Hansama. Here comes Nuke.
Pentakill.
That is incredible.
Aw.
I was convinced you were done. Stop shoutcasting! Death Dance!
200 years!
Molten Edge!
After just a few short months of reprieve, people were back to shouting 200 years, and Riot had to start swinging the Nerf bat again. But this time, some people disagreed. Some felt that Aphelios wasn't broken. It was just that teams actually weren't dealing with him correctly.
If you have any complaints about Aphelios, it should not be how the champion is balanced. If it's that you don't understand Aphelios, that's fine. Because this shit is really hard to understand. If you're a pro player, that excuse doesn't count. It's your job to play this game. You need to read.
Many analysts and pundits like LS believed that Aphelios wasn't broken. It was just that teams kept picking melee compositions into him, which Aphelios hard countered.
I'm one of the big dissenters that Aphelios is not imbalanced, and I think that you see that a lot in games where Aphelios players like struggle to do anything. And if like you were to talk to the Aphelios player, they would literally say like, I just can't play the game or I can't deal damage.
But rather than leave Aphelios as he was, Riot continued to nerf him. And after his 9th
player, they would literally say like, players like struggle to is not imbalanced. And I think that you see that a lot in games where Aphelios players like struggle to do anything. And if like you were to talk to the Aphelios player, they would literally say like, I just can't play the game or I can't deal damage.
But rather than leave Aphelios as he was, Riot continued to nerf him. And after his 9th consecutive series of nerfs, Aphelios finally fell out of the top tier AD carry rotation.
End of the day, Aphelios has obviously disappeared from pro play for the most part. He is
Because he doesn't deal tons of damage anymore?
Solo queue win rate. Like, this champ is actually just a dog champ.
While he may have been broken on
Whoa.
Aphelios is still one of the coolest champions in the game. Riot took a real risk, designing something unlike anything they'd ever made before. But balancing issues have distorted players' views of him forever. He will forever be associated with being broken. And he's not alone. Riot keeps releasing new champions with experimental kits. They can't design the same kind of characters forever after all. But they run the risk of creating another Aphelios. And as these kits become more complicated and unique, they have to ask, is experimentation worth breaking their game in half?
Thanks for watching. If you want more content like this, hit the sub button and ring that notification bell. For unique bite-sized videos you won't find anywhere else, hit up our Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook pages.
We've designed our game around headshots. Let's put a steel wall in front of this guy's head.
It's gonna take one headshot for Blackbeard to kill them, but it's gonna take 4 headshots for the opponent to kill you.
The only utility that you bring is being a dick to the defenders.
He is an absolute nightmare to fight against.
Located a bomb.
Lock perception?
We're last operator standing.
I told you! Over for them!
I just shotgunned this guy in the face. This game is so shit!
On one hand, he's like a shield operator, and on another hand, he's a whole lot more dangerous.
There are plenty of controversial operators in Rainbow Six Siege.
Alright, Ubisoft, we need to talk about Lion. You've designed an operator that can literally give your entire team wall hacks if used correctly.
They buffed Ella's Scorpion. The first 16 shots now have
lower recoil than it did previously, and there's a lot of controversy around this.
Ace is super oppressive. Melusi, I can tell you, Melusi is super oppressive. And there's nothing we can do about it.
But despite having some stiff competition, Blackbeard and his once impenetrable face shield might just be the worst of them all.
The reason why Blackbeard is as powerful as he is right now is that he can basically claim an entire room by himself with not really putting himself at any disadvantage whatsoever.
Blackbeard was one of the first operators added to Siege after it launched, back in May 2016. His initial kit included a mind-blowingly powerful 800 HP face shield. It basically neutralized headshots. And in a game where a quick headshot can make or break a round, Blackbeard's face shield proved to be a problem pretty quickly.
Located a bomb.
Locked for something?
We're last operator standing.
I told you! Over for them!
Just think about it. In every first-person shooter, you're trained to go for headshots as often as possible. They're usually one-hit kills. And in Siege, where defenders are holding angles, they're usually holding them at the height of the enemy's head. But Blackbeard made that instinct a liability. Imagine this situation. You're holding an angle, Blackbeard turns the corner, you go for the headshot, you hit his shield, he shoots you, and you die.
The only reason you pick him is to get kills for yourself. You don't contribute to the Siege gameplay whatsoever. You don't breach anything. You don't use any utility to counter any other utility. Your only utility is to win gunfights.
Blackbeard terrorized Siege so much that players demanded a nerf, and Ubisoft listened.
Balancing wise, his pig ratio and win ratio was clearly show that he is very powerful. The following changes is meant to address 2 points. Blackbeard now has 2 shields and can cycle them with a queue system of equipping and unequipping. So instead of 1 shield, he now has 2. But however, the HP of the shield has been reduced from 800 to 150. So you can break the shield a lot easier, and the shield durability is displayed in the UI.
Of course, that meant that Blackbeard could still lock down angles more than once, and face-to-face engagements still usually went in his favor. The opposing team's skill didn't really matter. They could be the best aimers in the world, but headshots just didn't work. Blackbeard basically had an extra life every single round.
So when I'm playing Blackbeard, what I'm trying to do is hold down lines of sight, use his rifle shield to my advantage, and I'm basically asking people to peek me. I'm hoping that people will peek me because of the rifle shield, I have an advantage and I should win that gunfight.
And people who decided to main Blackbeard found other ways to exploit his nearly impenetrable headspace.
If all you're exposing is your head, well, that's protected by the shield, and then the wall is protecting the rest of your body, so you basically become immortal.
As a counter strategy, you could try to flank Blackbeard or fill him full of body shots, but neither was particularly effective.
Oh, two coming.
Flash them, and I'll kill him.
Oh, behind you. In
Located a bomb.
She's dead?
Just flash.
One up.
Smoke is dead.
I'm gonna plant.
Yeah, plant. I'm watching Train. You with Train? I got him. Nice round.
Opinions of Blackbeard also varied across ranks. Copper players don't usually go for headshots anyway, but in the higher ranks, well, great players go for headshots as often as possible, and they found Blackbeard extremely frustrating.
I just shotgunned this guy in the face. This game is so shit! If I shotgun this guy point blank, let me kill him!
In an attempt to make Blackbeard more balanced, Ubisoft tried all kinds of things.
And now he's been nerfed so many times, he's commonly referred to as Nerfbeard, because his shield was nerfed down to 60 hit points, his bullet damage was nerfed, and his aim down sight time was nerfed, which is basically cyberbullying by Ubisoft.
Blackbeard could no longer just run and gun his way through a round with a riot shield on his face. All of a sudden, calling him OP was kind of inaccurate.
And I feel like most of the operators that have been released, well, they have been overpowered when they're released. And then they are toned down a bit, and they're toned down a bit, and then eventually they're fine.
In Blackbeard's case though, things were not fine. All those nerfs created a new host of issues.
Has he been nerfed a lot? Yes. Is he a well-designed operator? Hell no.
Players who were once accustomed to playing Blackbeard and doing whatever they wanted now saw his mighty shield shatter in 2 shots. Blackbeard was nowhere near as broken as he used to be, but Ubisoft kept his speed and his armor at medium, which gave his mains a reason to call him underpowered. Slowly but surely, Blackbeard's shield, the entire core of his character, became irrelevant. All of a sudden, his entire identity as an operator was gone.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but it's worth pointing out that the shield is the only thing that differentiates Blackbeard from the other operators in the game. So basically, if the shield is now crap, then there is no point using Blackbeard. You may as well go and use near enough any other operator, Thermite, Thatcher, Sledge.
Blackbeard doesn't have a lot of utility, and when his shields were broken, that made sense. But after the nerfs, it kind of meant that he wasn't worth picking. What it really seemed like Blackbeard needed was a rework. But what that rework should be, or how it would affect player bases of different skill levels, was a question just as divisive as the operator himself.
We're having an issue where we have quite a big split between the casual community and the competitive community, where the competitive community want big changes and they want them fast, and the casual community kind of want to have the fun of the game in another sense than we do.
And it's not like Blackbeard isn't fun to play. Under the right circumstances, he is still a force to be reckoned with.
You slap Blackbeard on a person with really good aim that already is winning a lot of their gunfights, and you're gonna have an absolute monster.
But on the flip side, those right circumstances don't always present themselves.
He's really good at windows, but other than that, I mean, his head shows most of the time. If you guys didn't know that, if you're not crouching, his head is showing, and it only takes a few bullets to even get through his shield. So very good at window play. He's very good whenever you're playing on windows, but other than that, he's not good at really anything else.
4 years after his release, Blackbeard remains one of the most controversial operators in Siege history. Ubisoft keeps trying to find a middle ground. They don't want Blackbeard to be broken again, but they also don't want him to feel useless.
Blackbeard is interesting because we learned so much from his ability. When he launched, he was one of the strongest, overpowered operators we ever released.
When he's fun to play against, he's overpowered as shit.
Mm-hmm.
And when he's unfun to play against, he's weak as shit.
Yeah.
That's how poor of a design he is.
Whether you think Blackbeard is OP or useless these days, we can all agree on one thing. He's a perfect example of how important balance is to a competitive game, and how a lack of balance can bring chaos to the scene. Slowly but surely, there's like a bird here. That's never happened before. Never seen just a bird hang out at my window. Sorry, this is really distracting. Hello, bird. What's up? You want to hang out? Talking about esports. How do you feel about esports, bird? What's your favorite CS:GO team, bird?
There was a process. There was steps to get to the end result. Now you have operators that hit a button. Influence.
Without further ado, let's get on to our second operator, Lion.
Enemy drone incoming, starting the clock.
Well, we were in Atlantic City in the Pro League finals, and my monitor broke in warm-up. And I still got 2 assists by just pressing 4 on my keyboard without having a monitor in an FPS game because I had a broken, overpowered operator.
What makes Lion so powerful? Well, a lot of people say just stay still. But that's not easy when you're getting flashed, or pushed, or jackaled, or rushed in by a shield.
Yellow just stood still just now, and what happened?
Just a few years ago, Rainbow Six Siege was a game that had to claw its way out of an early grave. Hackers, game-breaking bugs, and busted mechanics threatened to turn the game into a failure. But Ubisoft believed that Siege could survive. The developers made much-needed changes that fans were asking for, breathing new life into the game, both casually and competitively.
Matchmaking, connectivity, all those aspects are absolutely critical to the experience of the player. So putting that investment now on health is ensuring that in the long term, we're having a better and smoother experience for the players.
With a growing player base and steadily increasing viewership, Siege was well on its way to becoming a major esport. Until the devs broke the game.
Big Brother coming in for Overwatch.
In Operation Chimera, Ubisoft added a Lion to the game. And that kickstarted one of the biggest balance nightmares in Siege history.
In the competitive scene, I still think that Jackal or Dokkaebi were stronger back then, but Lion just had more of a visual appeal to people. It felt stronger.
Seeing through walls, or wall hacking, is a pretty common cheat in games like CSGO. But Lion brought wall hacks to Siege in a real, no-cheats way. His kit let him literally see through walls.
You got spotted on a drone, they Lion charged, and then the entry fraggers would find them. So there was like literally there was the same thing on repeat. drone someone in, you see an opponent, Lion presses number 4, and then the guy who's entry-fragging kills him. And he couldn't do anything to fight back either. I mean, they had exact information on you, and you had nothing on them.
Now, Lion wasn't the first character in Siege to have wall hacks. Both Pulse and IQ have limited access to tracking players and gadgets through walls. But Lion took things to a whole new level.
A lot of people have very strong opinions on Lion, think that he's completely overpowered, that his gadget is way too strong, and that overall he's just not going to be good for the game.
Lion's gadget, an aerial drone called the EE-1D, could scan the entire map and revealed any defending player who moved during the scan to the entire attacking team. And he could do that 3 times around.
A lot of people were saying remove, make it so he only has 2 instead of 3 scans. But that won't really do anything, because the reason that you got frustrated was because you felt that 1 scan. You don't care about all the ones that didn't impact you. You're correlating your death to I can't do anything because I was Lion scanned and he had a wall hack.
Lion was so broken on release that he completely upended the meta. All of Ubisoft's careful balancing went out the window.
Alright Ubisoft, we need to talk about Lion. You've designed an operator that can literally give your entire team wall hacks if used correctly, which is not too hard to do if you're playing with a coordinated team. Just come in with Blitz or Jing and it's an easy win. There's no surprise, he's actually seeing 100% play in Pro League.
Understandably, having your entire team's positions revealed to the enemy team was kind of frustrating to play against. And nowhere was this advantage more devastating than in pro play.
Leaving only Brian alive, NVK testing his control key, and well, he's gonna get taken out there.
He's just cutting off this rotate. He's going to be scanning out one of the players that is the Vigil. Target acquired, and now Magnet knows exactly where he has to cut off. He's also getting Lion, also getting Ying, detected by the E1D. Neo cleans him up.
Raphael using the smoke and Candela combo. He's just going to push right in. They'll have some covering fire as the artillery of glass stands in bathroom. And look at that, Raphael. They will just bully them. Vitality sweeps into the site and will get the plant down. Both Panari and Uno will now need to retake, and Bibu on the Zofia cleaning up.
Lion was introduced during Season 7 of Pro League, before Pick and Ban was brought into the game, which meant that teams had to play him. There was literally no reason not to. Though some teams saw this as less of a problem and more of an opportunity. In line with their hyper-aggressive playstyle, Team Liquid went all in on Lion's game-breaking mechanics.
Too late for Penta. PSK gets one more. 2 left alive. Kanto, remember, low on health as Eunice will hold the back angle. Buck has already opened the wall in the back, and Team Liquid, a flurry of the 2 at the end. They're 1 round away from being crowned the new champions.
But Lion wasn't only broken when you built strats around him. Turned out that he was so hopelessly busted that you didn't even need a working monitor to win with him.
Well, we were in Atlantic City in the Pro League finals, and my monitor broke in warm-up. So we were warming up, I don't remember against who it was. But my job was to play Lion, even though I hated him as much as I did. So the admins came and took my monitor off my table. And I still got 2 assists by just pressing 4 on my keyboard without having a monitor in an FPS game because I had a broken overpowered operator. He took my monitor, he pulled out the plugs on it, he lifted it off the table, and then I'm sitting there looking at Pengu's screen, and I see, okay, he's droning someone, I'm pressing 4 now. And then the guy can't move, and then we get 2 kills from that. Like, I'm sitting in spawn, no monitor, I don't see anything. All I do is press 1 key.
Fans demanded a nerf to Lion because there was pretty much no counterplay. As soon as he started his scan, it was pretty much over for the enemy team.
Oh my god, Bolo. What the fuck?
But adversity breeds ingenuity. Teams started to adapt and find new ways to combat the menace. Some teams started picking mute more often, trying to disable Lion's gadget, but others found more innovative strategies.
The easiest way for you defenders to avoid getting tagged by the scan is to simply not move your feet. You can rotate in place, aim down sights, fire your weapon, and even change stance without being detected, but the second you move your feet, you're tagged.
But not moving was easier said than done. Sure, you were invisible to Lion's scan, but you were also standing still in a fast-paced shooter like Siege.
What makes Lion so powerful? Well, a lot of people say just stay still. But that's not easy when you're getting flashed, or pushed, or jackaled, or rushed in by a shield.
Yellow just stood still just now, and what happened?
He still died because the jackal track was on him and they were able to push in. So you've got two abilities at that time. You've got one ability that prevents you from moving, which is Lion's ability. Then you have Jackal's ping, which even if you stand still shows you where you are, and then a third just needs to come in to clean up the kill. That is what makes Lion so powerful, because there really isn't much you can do to combat it.
And I'm gonna just be blunt with you guys. By just saying, oh, you can so easy to counter, you just have to stand still, that's only gonna happen against really bad kids. In higher levels, that is not gonna happen. You are gonna have to move, and you are going to guarantee get wall hacked because you have to move, otherwise you lose the round.
Lion's abilities were so powerful that they completely broke the fundamental rules of Siege.
There was a process. There was steps to get to the end result. Now you have operators that hit a button. Influence. That's what I meant when I say we're straying towards the Overwatch mentality of hit button influence round, which is exceedingly low skill ceiling. It's down here, you know, and it just keeps getting lower and lower and lower.
But I don't think that they're doing enough in terms of balancing the game out to be still an FPS game with that little extra bit of spice that we had in the beginning, but now it's more of a, yeah, it's a utility simulator. Which utility can counter which utility?
In 2018, Siege Esports was blowing up, but Lion being so broken threatened to destroy everything that Ubisoft and the community had worked so hard to build.
A lot of the good teams were moving around quite a lot, right? And some of those weaker teams couldn't handle that. So as soon as you had a Lion on your team, because you got the full wall hacks and that you literally just had to, well, you saw his outlines, you aimed where his head was, and you shot him through the wall, or through the floor, or through anything, you couldn't do anything about it. So it was very oppressive to these better teams with more skilled players, but it was really, really good to these super structured teams. But in the end, it was just such an abruptive operator for everyone that was playing the game. It just made it boring to play.
And Lion ruining actual matches wasn't the only problem. He was so broken that he was creating an air of toxicity in the scene.
I'm gonna play it, and so is the guy on the other team, right? And now we're upset at each other for playing the operator that we don't like to play against. Then there are people trying to come up with this whole like gentleman's agreement where you don't play it, but that doesn't work. As soon as there's something to win, people want to win.
In Season 8, Ubisoft added pick ban to the game, which helped keep Lion out of pro matches. In fact, he had a nearly 100% ban rate, which pretty much put an end to Team Liquid's Lion-centric reign of terror. But despite the community uproar, Ubisoft was in no hurry to make any changes to Lion himself.
It took a long time. It really took a long time. I think that's the one thing where people are completely fair to be upset. If they do decide to change stuff, it has to be faster.
Eventually, though, the developers were forced to take action.
Lion is an operator that we faced a unique problem with. We know that he is overpowered, and to date, the dev team is ready to act on it. Starting next season, we will put Lion in a competitive quarantine, which means that the players will not be able to pick Lion in our esports programs. Our esports programs are the Weekly Go 4, the Challenger League, the Pro League, the Minors, and the Majors.
But it was all too little too late.
The 3-month quarantine doesn't do anything for us in the terms of nerfing the operators that are too strong.